It really offended me because I wasn't the
kid in my third grade class.
Yeah, it wasn't me.
Ironically enough, I think it was a kid named Cameron Ward.
Wow.
Wow. Wow.
He won the presidential fitness medals. Cam Ward. Who knew?
We're on Sportsmanlike.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text GRIT to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text GRIT to 42424. That's GRIT to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis, you're listening to TMA, a show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Martin, did you just applaud?
Applaud?
I thought I heard like...
Oh, I was moving the microphone.
All right. I'm like, hey, if you want it that badly, that's good, because Doug does not want it today.
No, I wasn't applauding.
It was kind of a violent microphone move. Yours is very springy.
It is very springy.
Mine is rigid.
And with the height problem I'm battling through until my quote-unquote vacation to
Stretch camp?
Beijing, and stretch camp, where I will come back, Doug, 6'2", and the envy of everyone at Napoli. I at this point have to deal with a springy mic that oftentimes I have to look up at.
Well, I expect you'll get through it. And even though you're
there's a lot of sympathy.
No.
Even though you're not 6'2", there's still a lot of raw bone cowboy over there.
What kind of dad are you, Doug? No, just get through it. Dad, I'm flunking out of school. Well, you'll get through it. I just crashed the car. You'll get through it.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program is The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and we welcome you to participate on a Francesa Friday.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. Chairman Curtin manning the phone lines. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. The phone lines will be active as friend of the show, Robert Thomas, will be with us at 8:15. Joey Vitale at 9:15. And the Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond, at 10:15 on the last TMA broadcast before we go to Jupiter, Florida for TMA at spring training, which is presented to you by CarStar, your auto body experts, auto body repair experts. Next week, Monday through Friday, Doug, 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. We are live from, I would say, I don't know, 20 yards from the door to the Cardinal Clubhouse, where friends from the organization will feel free to drop by at any time and talk it over with a...
Oh, will we have to twist their arm? Maybe
Jackson?
offer them some sort of snack.
Jackson, are you bringing snacks to entice?
It's not a bad idea. Yeah.
What snack would you bring, bro?
Fruit snack, like Welch's fruit snacks.
You're really thinking about this.
Yeah. Jerky. You know, a lot of those guys are protein forward.
You like that, Doug? Protein forward?
Would you mind doing an interview and get yourself some jerky?
Yeah, like a little gift bag. Like you just went to the dentist's office, made a sticker, like a TMA sticker.
And a toothbrush?
Yeah, some floss. I think that'd be a good idea.
The old days, kids would get lured to the van by candy. You're going to lure them with jerky.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, want to do some interviews and stuff? We've got jerky.
This 53-year-old is bringing candy.
I would like
Did you bring my M&Ms?
Yep, right there.
text source. What are the listeners most looking forward to? Because then we'll try and fulfill those wishes.
All right, that's a nice question. So if you don't want to call in, even though Chairman Kurt, I'm telling you, he's positioned for the Callier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. Text in what it is that you are most looking forward to. But really, for this audience, Martin, I know, as you say, you're new here. What are you looking forward to attacking us about? Take your pick. And you can text that in 314-399-9646. And we'll try to deliver. Either one.
I've got Wednesday at 10:20. People furious with our Build-A-Wit Jr. interview. Write that down. 10:20.
To berate the man?
Yes.
Okay.
In the past, they've yelled at us for the wind. We've had some wind issues.
Jackson, you ready for that attack?
There's truly nothing one can do about that. You know, like get us a glass cube to broadcast out of.
Some good mic socks.
Producer Joe would have done that.
Built a glass cube.
Maybe some sort of
Ackerman's got like an RV down there.
Oh, does he?
I think got a whole spread like a Winnebago.
I think the wind is like an added element to it, you know.
I agree with that.
Ambient noise, you know. Lets people know that we are outside. We are doing the work.
Yeah, it sounds great.
Boots on the ground.
If you could go ahead and make sure that all the wires and whatnot stay plugged in, that would be great. I can land an HD2 plane. I don't know if I'm built to land an HD1 plane on my own.
So you're running the board all next week?
Yeah.
Wow.
You got to be ready,
Chairman.
What's that?
How do you feel about that?
Mediocre.
Oh, boy, Doug. You want to do a pep talk just like you did to me before I go to the Beijing
Pick
stretch?
yourself up by the bootstraps and get this done.
No, Jackson.
We'll get through it.
Jackson has trained me well. Mike Ryder is going to be there to help out. It's going to be no thing.
Okay.
But be ready. Let's say Jackson trips over the wires, going to pick up extra jerky, trying to lure Alec Burleson, and all of a sudden we're off the air, and you say, Hi, everybody. Four Nations kicks off this weekend, and then you have to say, here's a recent visit the boys had with...
Yeah.
Gabe DeArmond.
Oh, the Colonel.
And it'll be apropos of nothing. Yeah, tonight's game in Tennessee, but you just have something to go to.
A couple years ago, that happened at the Ascension Charity Classic, and I just defaulted to the text inbox there for a few minutes.
Yeah.
You probably ought to have something ready to go in case the worst happens.
Well, Doug, if you fail to prepare, you're preparing to fail.
Oh, my God. And listen to this chairman.
You just rub my nose in dog dirt.
During that snow day, I had our Doug Armstrong interview just ready to roll. The tape was ready and hot in case nothing was working.
I was Rich Gould's guest a couple of times on his Sunday night show. One time I had about 30 seconds notice. I was typing. I didn't have any makeup on. I didn't even have, I think I had like a T-shirt on. Getting ready for my show. It's like 7:40. He goes, what are you doing? Get in here real quick. My guest didn't show. You could have warned me. So I just ran out there. We just kind of made it into a bit. Yeah, what are you doing in there? Yeah? Getting ready for your show? And that was about 5 minutes worth of that.
David, how about a little Popeye's chicken? That good for your golf swing?
112 friends have gathered in the YouTube chat to watch the program and talk it over. That's Jake Reynolds, John Scores, Don Peepee, Yachty's basketball team, the YouTube chat, the delectable Danny Pintaro. Doug, they're all in there. And that's brought to you by the Air Alliance team, sponsor of the studio cameras here on 101 ESPN. So, yeah, let's see what the people are saying. What are they looking forward to, whether it be from a we really want this or deep down we want you to fail and we're looking forward to attacking you.
Probably that.
For this. Let's see. Who is going to berate players about hot dogs as they take the field next week? That's from Scissor Me Timbers.
Berate them about hot dogs?
I just read what's in the teleprompter.
Did we do that at some point in the past? Did Plowsy ask them what their favorite kind of, or what they put on hot dogs? Was that one of the stupid
probably
questions?
Something that, now hold on a second. I heard you just say stupid questions.
God, there's times I wanted to just bury myself under the picnic table so no one could see that I was part of it.
We should run that as a promo for next week.
60% of the time?
Much of the time, yeah.
The chairman just quoted Taylor Swift. It's a great quote, however. That's from Fuelsy. Did you just quote Taylor Swift?
I bet there's a lot of people that have said that line before, but if T Swift has said it, it's probably true.
Okay.
I'm most looking forward to you all bringing back the Red Hawk report next week. Also, the TMA YouTube chat is filled with January 6th insurrectionists. That's from the Dogtown Astro. Is that correct? There must be some YouTube chat that I am not aware of, because the one that I see seems to be relatively, as an occasional new friend we call the burner that pops in, but otherwise it's a Doug, it seems like an amicable lot.
It's for insurrection.
I didn't know that. But again, I think there might be a separate one that I'm not aware of. Will Doug do another Doug Unplugged from spring training where he takes a money shot of bottled water to the face? That's from Alan Dadeville. You did prop comedy with bottled water?
I did, yeah, with Brooke Grimsley, yeah. I mean, when you got to come up with a Doug Unplugged at the last minute, you have people pour water in your face and you're done.
Well, I've never seen this side of you, Doug.
No, that's what she said.
I want you to leave Martin down there, one of them. Tim, I'm in favor of that. I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
If it pleases the 314, I'll stay down in Jupiter.
I'm looking forward to hearing Libby Jack try way too hard to be cool around the players, only to get absolutely cucked by them when asking for an interview. Jackson, that's from a man you acknowledge as attractive, but you're not attracted to. Eric in the Central West End.
Well, he's funny. Funny guy.
Have you done the interview approach with athletes before, Jackson?
No.
Yeah.
Like locker room work?
This really is a maiden voyage.
No, I've never done that.
You could do what we did in Vegas and just offer him $1 to talk to us.
True. Sometimes it would be $2 or $3.
But you're the same age as a lot of these guys. Maybe there'll be a bond there.
Hope so. But, I mean, I'm also, like, in their office asking them, like, inconveniencing them. I don't know.
Well, it won't be that much of an inconvenience when you offer the jerky.
It's true. We'll figure it out.
You can try and bond. I remember Jack Flaherty a few years back talking NBA with Coos, and I was in the scrum, and I said, is that your favorite sport? Because he just talks NBA all the time. He goes, well, I mean, I don't know. I do play Major League Baseball. I said, yeah, I know, but you could still have a favorite sport outside of that. Some of the guys don't seem all that interested, even though they play it. To be fair.
Dogtown Astrovan is a cuck bull watcher. It's from Wedding Tackle. I don't know if they have some history, but Doug, it sounds like it based on what I'm reading.
Bull watcher?
I don't know what
Wouldn't that, like, intrinsically, if you're a cuck, you're a bull watcher, right?
Doug?
I don't know about the word intrinsically. Well, like that kind of confused me, but
I
I
that
guess
was a Ledoux word.
it sure was.
Well, it's like an occupational hazard. Like, you can't be a cuck without watching bull.
Yeah. The bull's got your cow.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Off the morning after 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. You are welcome to call in. You are welcome to text in and email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is DesignAirService.com. That is Seth Goldcamp. That is a company that Martin works with, that Doug works with, and that I work with, and that is the longest running sponsor here on TMA. Run into any issues with your heating system? You go to DesignAirService.com. It's that quick. You know you got a problem, you go to DesignAirService.com. I need it to be like Pavlov's dog, Doug. I need it to be Pavlov's dog.
Okay.
Problem with the system, DesignAirService.com, and you know you're going to be taken care of by a gentleman in a company that's been in operations for a very long time in the St. Louis metropolitan area. I'm talking about Design Air Heating and Cooling in Seth Goldcamp, fourth generation. It's DesignAirService.com, longest running sponsor on TMA, going back a decade. Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of our email today. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Also, for listeners familiarizing themselves with this program, as we're now 3.5 months into 101 ESPN, and you're going, how come I don't hear my text read? I'm just telling you, percentage-wise, it increases the probability to be read if your name is saved in the text inbox. And today is the last day that Jackson will switch your name in the text inbox. So if your name is not saved, and it just comes in as your phone number, 314-636, what have you, well, text Jackson and say, hey, change my name, and you can become Driver Rob. It's your boy Fuzz, the Orson Woods Wacko, Dale in Grubville, Manute Bowl eligible, the Birthday Hawk, Scissor Meat Timbers, the Recovering Alcoholic, John Lithgow's Harry Henderson, Fuelsy, Gary Pinkle's Cell Phone Etiquette, Veiled Prophet, Carlos Spicy Wiener, Doug's Prison Wallet. They're all in there, Doug.
Yes, I know.
Save your name, and then now you've got a nom de plume.
Okay.
Doug would prefer that we use their real names.
Government names, please.
But I would consider that to be dox season. And I'm against dox season.
Well, they know who we are. Are we being doxed?
Martin?
Don't you enjoy a catchy nickname, Doug?
I don't mind it. But when they get vile, I'd like to know who it is.
I like when they want it changed. They become established as a certain nickname, and then at the bottom they say, please change it to.
I've noticed that. Jackson, is that a Hoosier Trojan horse?
No. Kind of a pain in the ass on my end.
Then block them. Block him.
I'm not going to block him.
Somebody is Dirty Chewbacca, but they keep showing up as something else, and they're upset that they're not Dirty Chewbacca. Can you attend to that?
Yeah.
Get right on that.
Top of my list.
Top of the list.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chris is starting things off here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines on 101 ESPN. Chris, good morning. Welcome to the Morning After.
Chris.
Hey, Martin. Good morning. Good morning, Doug.
Hello.
All you guys, Jackson, I love your show.
Yeah.
You guys each have a good point, and you're all informative. I'd like to hear all your points. Ever since the royalty of the Cardinals, starting with the Moon Man, Mike Shannon, Jimmy said it right, okay? All the way down to, where's Scott Rowland? Where's Larry Walker? Okay, where's Lance Berkman? They need to continue the tradition of the Cardinals. Of course, we don't have the greatest, Stan the Man Musial, okay, and Bob Gibson, but we need to have these guys still continue the Cardinal way. George Siskel, he was a big, he was the centerpiece as well. And all these centerpieces that I'm naming. And Willie McGee's home was in the dugout on them honeycomb slats. Okay, he loved being in there and just watching and really just taking it all in.
Did you say honeycomb slats?
Yeah, I've been in the dugout a long time ago. David Green and Andy Van Slyke busted through the crowd, and Mike Shannon wrote me a letter, actually, my mom. Yeah, but that's another story. Ozzy was in the hallway with round. That's a whole nother story with the camera, the top silver camera. Ozzy, that was it. But the main thing here is the legends of yesterday, of just 5 years ago. Even Vigna, bring Fernando Vigna back in.
I agree with
to
that.
help us out.
Mm-hmm.
Even Langford controlled that outfield.
I agree with that.
Spinning on a dime and throwing it into home plate, And the thing that when I said the other day that Jimmy told Dan McLaughlin, because Dan said, I'm so impressed the way you throw home, that's for all of the 12-year-old kids out there in the outfield. Jimmy said, I simply threw the ball 75 to 85%.
Chris, what do you got? What do you got cooking the rest of the day?
I mean, I'm working, and that's why I can't stay on the phone all the time with you guys. But as far as
like us,
don't you think the probability, Martin? Don't you think the probability of the Cardinals being there at the end of the season in a short 6-month span is? I mean, if you take a diamond and they play on the diamond, right?
Yeah.
If you take a diamond and everybody hits from the north to the south of the diamond, that means home plate up to the north where Willie McGee or Jimmy Edmonds played. Isn't there as much room on each side to hit? So, and them guys can get down. That's why all these guys sat at the same table. Pete Rose, Stan the Man Usual.
What about Siskel?
Okay,
Wow.
Rod
That's
Carew,
good.
they got their head down. They all played baseball a different way.
Mm-hmm.
They played just to get on the bases. That's how they played.
I agree with
Don't you
Chris.
think that if we hit opposite field and pitch like Dave Duncan told our pitchers, throw the ball at the kneecaps. Okay, our pitchers, all 7 of our pitchers throw it at the kneecaps. Where would we be at the end of the year?
Okay. I think, Tim, don't you think he's right?
This is...
Okay, I mean, can't they just practice that style? Don't you guys remember about 11 years ago when they led the on-base percentage and they did hit opposite field and up
What
the
month
middle?
was that, Tim?
They weren't
That
all
was
just
October
going up there.
22.
Okay.
That's how we don't have, the Los Angeles Dodgers lineup.
No.
We got to play. Remember, them guys, remember Tony Gwynn. He was a Cardinal killer. Okay? Remember the guys that stay unusual, get their head down. Remember Pete Rose getting up at the plate. His head would come down to almost his chest. They would swing from their chest to their belly button.
All right, thank you, Chris. We've got
Chest to the
we got to
belly
get. I want to see 10 callers today. Can we get to 10? I don't want to do.
Chairman Kurt doesn't want any part of it.
Well, it's off
but
to
he's standing by.
It's off to a unique start.
Well, the texters were not necessarily a big fan.
What?
I'm going to make this guy a potion, and it's made of bleach and more bleach. That's
No.
from the 636.
Not kind.
If you turn a diamond upside down, you have a... That's from the 314.
Diamond.
Oh, my God. My ears, they're bleeding.
If you just don't think about it too much, though, it all makes sense.
Doug Brian Henshin is monitoring the situation with the Indianapolis Colts. What the hell is happening right now? Not pleased with it. The hell's this guy talking about?
Oh, come on.
The 636.
There's really a lot to break down, Doug. I think he made some good points.
Swing from what is it? Is from the shoulders to the belly button?
Chest. Sound really
to
dumb
throw
right
the
now.
kneecaps.
Chris, you, wood chipper, jump. That's from the Mail
What
Prophet.
the hell does it mean, chest and belly button? Are people going up there hacking it after they're throwing an
I guess
axe?
it means kind of a downward swing.
When you hit the home run off of Tom Seaver, were you on a downward plane?
No. I had a little uploft.
Oh, nice. And it was a
upper swing.
slider, and it didn't
No,
slide.
it's just a meat fastball.
Did George Siskel, did he also do movie reviews?
Yeah.
In addition to being a Cardinal coaching legend.
With Gene Ebert?
Yeah.
I miss those guys. Miss them badly.
I kind of like the idea of bringing Vigna back. Gritty, gutty ball player.
You think he wants to come back?
I think he would show up for a couple days. I mean,
He wants to be in the Cardinal Hall of Fame. That's what I know. And he charged you with getting that across the finish line.
Made it very clear that that's my job.
I love the term "them guys."
It was that could be a shirt.
Yeah, them guys.
It's probably more important to bring guys who can still play back rather than guys that used to play. I mean, it's nice to have both.
You
Nice
mean
to
the
have
current roster's more important?
I think so.
They added a player yesterday, Michael Hellman.
The community is buzzing about it.
The 40-man is now complete, Doug.
Yep.
Okay.
Picked up Michael Hellman
from the Twins.
Holding the Mayo.
Does he even figure to make
Jackson
the squad?
just shook his head. That could be the end of the alliance right there. That moment might have ended the alliance.
Are you distancing yourself from that comment?
Yeah, you're just better than that. I know you are.
He's not likely to make the final
Whoa,
roster.
he's got 10 big league at bats, I think.
Yep, 3 for 10.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I think he's probably a AAA guy.
Oh, those numbers.
Yeah, you're going to send a 300 hitter down?
Yeah, come on.
Well, I'm thinking probably AAA for him. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is the next big thing.
For them guys? Chris used to only talk to Jackson, I believe.
He doesn't really talk to anybody.
This time, he said hello to me, Doug, Jackson, and then excluded Tim.
Yeah, that was not what I wanted to hear to start this Francesa Friday.
I like the idea that he's really low on time, so he can't answer any questions. He just has to continue naming players and then saying we should bring them back.
I want him down at City Hall when they got to break out a filibuster.
Yeah, he'd be great.
Everybody's taking
There
a
are
leak.
still texts coming in about his call that were sent in when he was on the line. Such as this from the Orson Woods Wacko. Who in the F is this clown? Bro, get a life. I want the last 5 minutes of my life back. That's from the Orson Woods Wacko. I mean, they're coming in, and they're so backloaded from the call that they're coming in now.
This guy's saying nothing worse than an old cock that played Corey League baseball, right field and second base, telling major leaguers how to play.
Great call, Chris. Sit and spin, you tubby Hoosier.
Oh.
That's from Kwame Voyoukas IV, and he's
We don't know that he was
related
tubby.
to Ian Voyoukas, and he was with the Billikens Bart in 2003. I don't St. Joe's tonight, and they got that hawk, and he just keeps flapping.
Can't stop flapping.
Yeah.
9 o'clock Eastern. Coach Schertz was a little concerned about the late start. Ian Voyoukas was a Soderberg recruit, maybe the tail end of Romar's stretch.
Doug, is that correct?
That sounds about right, yeah. Ian Voyoukas,
Anthony
don't you
Drea.
rebuke us, stay with the Billikens.
Well, Jimmy Cruz, don't let me down, Jimmy. I've got you beating Louisville.
Let this guy borrow Pale's yellow diaper. That's from Stan, the caddy. Jackson, that yellow diaper, unfortunately, keeps getting brought up, and especially by Stan, who's a wonderful caddy at Belle Reve. You are not bringing that to South Florida.
No, great swimmer. Don't need it.
You going to rent one when we're down there?
No, I think I'll be all right. We do have a hot tub in the place.
Oh, Doug.
Soak season?
Soak season.
I mean, Martin isn't getting there till Sunday, so you boys got the hot tub to yourself tomorrow night. How do you do?
Do you
What's the
feel
word?
okay about getting into somebody's hot tub that you don't know?
Of course.
Who's been in there before?
It's a 110-degree water or whatever.
Oh, about 104 is about how.
Either way, it's going to cook off any excess grease that might be in
Grease.
there.
Interesting.
Grease in
Vianney
hot
takes a
tubs?
shot.
I don't know.
Yeah. Who cares? Do you care about getting in someone else's pool that you don't necessarily know?
Well, I know for sure that there's a lot of chlorine poured in the pool.
I mean, this is an Airbnb. We're not staying. We're not like throwing a brick through the window and walking in.
Well, we should.
You know, this is a trusted place.
Boy, Edmonds is getting back.
So you guys will be sharing a hot tub tomorrow night?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm going to get in if Doug
Are
wants
you
to.
really?
Of course.
Will you have the diaper?
No. I don't need a
How are you going
first
to
of all,
avoid drowning?
Because I'm a great swimmer, but you don't really need to swim in a hot tub.
Okay, well.
I enjoy a hot tub that has a sign, no diving.
Yeah, right.
3 foot deep water.
Well, you know they have to
No
put that
diving.
there because some ass clown did it. You know, some idiot did dive into it at one point.
Someone wants the name Georgia Frontier's cuck chair. Jackson, you got a lot of names to update.
God,
I'm telling you, holy moly!
You
look
may
at
put
the
that
number.
hot tub on hold.
Yeah, you might have to wait. Iggy of TMA fame is in the YouTube chat along with 170 other friends, and he goes, "You guys have to share a room?"
No, sir. We each have our own room.
In a house.
Yes, we're in a house, Airbnb.
Someone sent in a picture of. Oh, shoot, I turned the computer off. There he is right there, Martin.
Oh, my God.
What do we got here, boys?
Oh, it's a picture of probably me.
Jackson in his diaper.
That's unfortunate.
Jackson really wants that putt back. And in the moment when we were on the boat in Jamaica with Lisa Ann, my wife was on the boat. Plowhawk's now fiance was on the boat. Doug, I think, was your son?
Son Greg was there with us, yeah.
Great ball striker. Jackson was not with his lovely lady at the time. And we're asked, do we want to jump into the, Doug, do you say Caribbean Sea or Caribbean?
I usually say Caribbean.
Yeah, because that Billy Ocean?
Yeah, that's why.
And Plowhawk goes, I'm not doing that, because he knew what would happen. And there's Jackson, new and spry and ambitious. Martin, kind of like your first TV job. Oh, I'll go shoot the city council meeting. Sure. And I saw it happen. I go, I'm going to have to pull him aside at some point. And the poor guy gets in this yellow diaper and jumps in all happy because Missouri beat Iowa State 5 days earlier. And that picture still 2 years later pops up in our Air Comfort Service text inbox.
Could be a career ender.
It's just unfortunate.
We should probably put that on the TMA fan page.
Oh, like it hasn't been up there a million times.
Oh, has it really?
Yeah, no. We're not, this people's eyes isn't the first time they've seen it. I'm a great swimmer. I didn't need that damn thing.
I love that your travel arrangements to spring training are essentially the pilot for a 1990s sitcom. That's from Arbor Day.
Yeah, it's going to be like 2.5 Men.
Kind of an MTV feel.
Yeah. I think it's going to be great.
And then I drop by as the guy staying over at a resort.
It could be Kramer. Slide in.
But don't you agree? Nobody would say it to my face, and I understand. I'm bringing my wife, and then I got my wife, and you got 3 guys. I just didn't think that was the right thing.
I agree.
Like, if you do agree, okay, good for you for saying it.
Well, yeah, if you're gonna bring your wife, if it was just you, then
but
yeah.
I wouldn't. But I'm not saying like. I'm just saying it like that changes up the vibe. It's like
does.
you're going to dinner with a bunch of guys, and then somebody brings their girlfriend or their wife. It changes the vibe. If a bunch of girls are going out, and then one of them brings their husband or boy, it changes the vibe. It's not fair to the guys. It's not fair to the girls. That's my reason.
You're saying why you wouldn't stay there with your
right?
Oh, I don't think. No, I don't think that makes sense at all.
Okay, God, because you were thinking about bringing Kim, and I'm like, oh, I wonder if you'll stay at the Airbnb, and then if you do that, then I would maybe stay at the Airbnb. You know, okay.
No, I think it makes total sense.
All right, God bless.
If there was a woman there, we'd feel less comfortable wearing a yellow diaper-like flotation device.
No, I know people are saying Tim should stay there, but...
Ladies and gentlemen, call in on a Francesa Friday. Chris leads things off really strongly. Robert Thomas will be on. Will he count towards the 10 calls, Martin?
No, sir. No,
he
sir.
will not. Joey Vitale, will he count?
No.
Why not?
What about the Colonel?
Nope. These are guests. I'm talking about the people. I want to get to 10.
Damn.
It's a Mike Bush telethon Friday. Can we get to 10? The kids need you.
Oh, I like that.
And right now we're at 1.
All right. Call in 314-974-0101. Robert Thomas, Joey Vitale, and the Colonel with us. They will not be with us next week. It's all Cardinals all the time, which comes at a perfect time because the Blues will be off for a couple of weeks following tomorrow's game against the Blackhawks. Doug, last night, I don't know where people's heads are at. I kind of sense that there's a healthy portion of the fan base is kind of like, I don't really mind them losing and not picking up a point because they get closer and closer to a better draft pick. You know what I mean? I think that's kind of, we've reached that point with a portion of the fan base. And sometimes people might be uncomfortable saying it, but I think we're there for, I don't know, a third of the fan base. You know what I mean?
We were scolded about that by Jamie Rivers yesterday.
I know, and I get where he's coming from.
To creep in.
I get where he's coming from. Hey, Jakey, big mistake. He said, I'm gonna pay you back for what happened in South Florida. So he's not in that mindset. Didn't necessarily go well for him.
No,
but at least he sent a message.
That was a real crusher to lose with 12 seconds to go. They can't get a break either. Bouncing puck.
Yeah.
Bounced off Kachuk. Kachuk finally was given credit for that goal. But I don't know how you defend against that. Montgomery said you got to check the guy who shot it the first time. But that's a split-second thing. They just can't catch a break.
But Matthew, much like Big Walt, likes to hang in front of the net. You got to have more of that. And when the other team does it, clear them out as best you can. You'd like to see the Blues do more of that.
He was in a greasy area.
Yeah.
Let's be honest, gentlemen. Even if we were fortunate enough to get into the playoffs, this team ain't going anywhere. So I'm with you. That's from the 618.
But it'd still be fun to be in the playoffs.
Love the Stanley Cup playoff.
Yeah.
However, love them even if the Blues aren't in it. It's a million times better if we got a little sweat. Just to con yourself in that they can make a deep run. Doug, 2012 LA Kings, 2006. Was it 2006 Edmonton Oilers?
I don't know the years, Tim.
Prongs?
2006.
Surprise guest.
Oilers. 2007, the Anaheim Ducks won the Cup. Pronger was on the team, and then he threw a party, and he had Sugar Ray as his house band.
Mark McGrath?
And the Police came. Yeah.
Or Sugar Ray Leonard?
No, Sugar Ray, the band.
Mark McGrath.
Mark McGrath, yes. Not Sugar Ray Leonard. Oh, they might have been there. It's Hollywood, California. Blues are in 6th place in their division, and it's February 7th. I think that just kind of tells you where they're at.
And not in a great spot wild card wise at this point now. The Canucks have begun a Sunday charge, and they now are 8 points ahead of the Blues for that final wild card spot. And Doug, you enjoy talk of games in hand?
I do. I really like that.
The Canucks have one. So, I mean, it's kind of where it is. And it sucks that that's where it is because we're in this spot yet again, but talking about it from that standpoint in February. But, you know.
At this point, they'd almost have to go on a 8 or 9 game winning streak to get close because Vancouver might win half their games. So it would take that just to get up there close.
The shame of it is they played well Tuesday. They played well at times Thursday, against the 2 teams that were in the Stanley Cup final last year. So if I'm Doug Armstrong or Tom Stillman watching that, I would say, we're not that far off. We're taking on 2 of the best teams in the NHL. We're right there. Could have closed it out Tuesday instead of going to overtime. Could have forced overtime. We're right there on Thursday night, but there always just seem to be a tick off. And I'm not sure what it is about I would love to get somebody like a Craig Berube on the lie detector. Okay, what are you seeing with this group now that you saw when you were here? Because by the time he got fired, as shocking as that was, I think he was good with it. He was like, I'm out of here. It's fine. Somebody else try this group. I'm good. And I would love to get his honest hockey assessment of what's going on here.
I agree with you.
They came within a whisker this week of getting 3 of a possible 4 points and wound up with only 1. And that's a difference of 2 points, Tim.
Yeah, you were able to do that on the fly. I saw that.
Yeah.
Jackson seems busy over there. What do you got going on?
I have to tell you, Jackson, when you came walking in the studio, you look like a man with a purpose.
I am a man with a purpose.
And what's the purpose?
In the words of Jalen Hurts, I had a purpose before they had an opinion.
I had a purpose before they had an opinion.
I'm just changing names over here.
Okay.
Oh, you changed. That's what I was wondering. So you are changing.
Oh, that
names.
is the purpose. You're changing names in the text inbox.
You seem to be like intently working.
I know, man. This guy's got intensity.
What are some of the new additions? Give us a couple new additions.
Sean Sticky Sock, Doug's favorite kink.
What is your favorite kink?
I don't have one. Really.
Yellow diaper.
There's some other ones I just put in there. A plumber.
It's just a plumber.
Just a plumber.
No name, no Bill, no Fred.
Luther.
Okay.
Just people are getting their names in there.
And this is what they're concerned about.
I said I would do it, so I'm doing it.
Okay.
That's the man who keeps his word.
Try to.
I see.
Vaughn Dan.
The Accent Espresso, is that new, Tim?
No. That's
Sticky Ricky. Okay. TMA Reddit Insider. Those are old ones.
Yeah, but he's mad that his name's not Michael Fassbender over.
That's so bad.
For heaven's
You don't
sakes.
like the name?
No. Come on. You can be better than that.
All right. Change your names. You got 3.5 hours to do so, and then Jackson shuts it down until what, March 1st?
Yeah, that's about right.
All right, so do it now. 314-399-9646. And Martin is having a telethon with Chairman Kurt on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Good news. Martin Pestis from Festus is on the line.
Thanks.
So now that's a
That's
second
number
call. Good morning,
2.
Pestis.
Festus.
Gentlemen,
Hello there.
I'm kind of disappointed in you.
Oh, no. Why?
You're leaving St. Louis and leaving us with snow.
Oh, yeah. The weather's supposed to be rough here next week.
Yeah, that's all right. Chris will warm us all up with his mouth and keep everything going right.
Oh, my word.
Wow.
What do you mean by that?
Snag that forever.
Well, when you're talking nothing but bull, that's all you can get is warm
Doug, we are in the
stuff.
midst of caller wars. Chris versus Pestis from Festus.
Yes.
It's on.
You didn't care for Chris's
it's
call?
on all right. But I hope you really have fun down there.
Thank you. Have you been to spring training, Pestis?
No, I've never been to spring training. Never have.
Okay.
I would have loved to when I could see and everything. But I've been a Cardinal fan for 65 years now. And I'm going to tell you right now, I very seldomly miss a game if I can avoid it. I listen to almost every game.
Mm-hmm.
And spring training, I love the spring training games from down there and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, but, Cardinals in a little slump right now.
Right.
But if you remember what I told you,
What?
the Cardinals will win 92 to 95 games this year.
Really? They might win 95 games with this roster?
Are you taking any action on that?
I wish I could, but I can't. I'm on a tight
Mo
button.
might win. Mo's on the other line. I'll take some of that.
Good morning.
Yeah, Mo can take some of that, and I know where he can shove it because he ain't with it.
No! This guy's looking
Back it up a bit. Don't really care.
Here's the thing.
Fire.
Okay, here's the thing, and I'm going to let you go after I say this.
Sure.
I told you when I first talked to you about it and everything, and I told you they'd win 92 to 95 games. They won 92 last, not 92, 82 last year.
Right, give or take.
Okay. All they have to do is win 2 games a month more, and they're there.
Think about that, Doug.
Okay. Well, you really think they can do that?
I think they can. Like I said, let the young boys play, and the other people, keep your nose out of it.
Okay. Have you had any celebrity with your Listener of the Month award? You hearing from folks?
Celebrity, I heard from my stepdaughter's grandmother.
Stepdaughter's grandmother.
She wished me
Text
thank
it,
you.
next name.
Is your,
Johan?
Is
But
your
I haven't heard
stepdaughter's grandmother your
anything
wife?
from anybody else. And Jackson, I need you to do one thing for me.
Yo.
Take my telephone number and change it to Pestus from Festus so I can text in on you.
All right, you're going to text in.
Nice.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
All
Okay.
right.
But you gentlemen have a safe trip.
Thank you.
You stay warm down there, and you have fun, and bring us back some great news.
There you go, Doug.
There you
How
go.
about that?
Right.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
Pastor.
Pastor. Thank you.
Wonderful sentiment.
But he says have fun. Does he not realize this is a very serious business trip for us? That our noses will be to the grindstone the entire time we're there.
You and Jackson are hot
fun.
30 hours.
Chairman sounds defeated over there when he takes the. He's like,
Morning, TMA.
it's kind of like Edmonds having to go out to hit. Oh, we got a hit today.
It's 80 degrees.
God, it's hot.
Well, the phone line, Martin, you're going to be happy. The phone lines are loaded up.
Oh, let's do
for
this.
Chairman Kurt.
Yeah, Martin, you're answering the phones on your next telethon.
Let's take a break. First break of the morning here, Doug. It's 7:37,
Okay.
and we'll come back. So callers, you are welcome to stay on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. It's TMA presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Oh, God. Awful.
You guys are talking about Sugar Ray.
I wasn't talking about it.
You guys said something about Sugar Ray.
Yeah, it was at Chris Ponger's cup party.
Okay, so I
Right.
took note and I played the song.
I think this Smash Mouth just...
Hey, now.
Oh. Douglas puts me in a bad place.
Well, Jackson's doing his best. Bless his heart.
Bless his heart.
Good for you, Doug.
What else would fall in the Smash Mouth, Sugar Ray, would Katrina
Uncle
and the
Cracker?
Waves? Uncle Cracker. That's a good call. Remember he played Busch Stadium a few years ago. Don't know why.
Seems like somebody TLR would have been buddies with.
Sugar Ray?
Oh, yeah, I'm sure he knew all
Uncle
of them.
Cracker.
Uncle Cracker. That sounds racist.
Bruce Hornsby.
Horns. Ladies and gentlemen, it's TMA, and Martin is on a telethon today to get us to 10 callers.
That's a lot.
And we will not be including on the Stiefel dossier Robert Thomas at 8:15, Joey Vitale at 9:15, and Gabe DeArmond at 10:15. Those do not count.
Correct.
Also on the Stiefel dossier, our drops of the week. And the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Compete in that as well. Plus, if you are a new listener to TMA and you want to increase the probability of your text being read, it helps to have a name stored in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. And today is the last day, for the month of February anyway, that Jackson will change text names. And if you're watching on YouTube, you can see the attention to detail that he has had. This guy's intense while he
sure
is changing the names. Got Nolan Arenado news, and it ties into the big Michael Hellman trade. Per John Denton, working to add depth to an infield that could soon be without 10-time Gold Glove winner Nolan Arenado. The Cardinals dealt for third baseman Michael Hellman from the Twins on Thursday. The Cardinals sent back cash considerations for Hellman. That's usually a sign of a large acquisition. Who had 3 hits and 10 at-bats over 9 games with the Twins in 2024. The Cardinals announced a reset following the 24 season, one in which they posted an 83-79 record but missed the playoffs for a second straight year. And so going through this article, he then gets to the point that the Cardinals and Red Sox have again engaged in trade talks centered around Arenado in recent days, a source told MLB.com. Boston would prefer to sign Alex Bregman, but it is in a bidding war with at least 2 other teams for the services of the free agent third baseman, per the sources. A sticking point in any Arenado deal could come down to how much of the $64 million remaining on Arenado's contract that the Cardinals are willing to absorb. So we always hear about $74 million, but because the Rockies are responsible for $10 million, that's where he's coming from with that math. I just want to set the record straight on the total.
Yeah, it sounds right.
Okay. Martin, do you agree with that math?
Say it again.
$64 million Cardinals responsible for, $10 million Rockies responsible, 74 all in. So whoever would pick him up, they'd be divvying up 64 because the Rockies are already committed to 10.
Like 5 and 5 or something. I believe that's correct.
All right. Initial talks in early January broke down when the Cardinals refused to pay as much as $20 million toward the balance of Arenado's contract, a source said. After failing to make much trade progress elsewhere throughout the month of January, the Cardinals re-engaged the Red Sox, the Yankees, and the Dodgers about possible restructured deals for the star third baseman. One player the Cardinals have discussed as a potential return for Arenado, per a source, is first baseman Blaze Jordan, the number 22 prospect in the Red Sox system. Chaim Bloom, who is the Cardinals' president of baseball operations next year, was the chief baseball officer for Boston from 2023, and he has vast knowledge of the Red Sox farm system.
He's their 22nd best prospect?
And that's who the Cardinals are interested in exchange for. And the Cardinals, of course, have moved Wilson Contreras from catcher to first base, but now they're interested in the Red Sox. Number 22 prospects is first baseman Blaze Jordan.
I would say more often than not, your 22nd best prospect never gets to the major leagues. Not that we're expecting some big haul in return.
So when he said the $20 million the Cardinals weren't willing to pay, had a deal fall through, was that with Boston, he's saying?
I would deduce that it's not specific. What I think is of note, not only naming Blaze Jordan, who, for the record, is 22 years old, bats right, throws right, and is, per this little news and notes from MLB.com, a legendary power hitter as an amateur. Doug winning his first home run competition at age 11.
Wasn't Blaze Jordan the name Abelin took on down at Ole Miss, meeting young ladies? Was he Blaze or was he Clay Stryker? Blaze Jordan sounds a bit made up. He can also do weekends in Richmond. Blaze Jordan. Now, how'd the Spiders look tonight, Blaze? Blaze Jordan.
So that is that the Cardinals re-engaged 3 teams of note. Red Sox, of course, but also the Dodgers and the Yankees.
Okay.
The point being that the Cardinals were the active party on the re-engagement, not the other way around.
Well, I certainly don't blame the Cardinals for saying no if they still have to pick up $20 million of his contract. What would be the point?
Well,
Might as well play here.
But that gets back to the core issue. The Cardinals have such little leverage in the conversations that, barring a big surprise, they're going to be taking a high, hard one.
Well, then just have him play here.
I don't know if that's something that the parties are
pay.
interested in. I feel like they downplay it publicly, but I don't know if that's live.
Okay, if the 2 teams most likely to get Alex Bregman, who would you say those are, based on reporting, rumors? At this point, the 2 teams most likely to get Bregman, or most interested at least, seemingly.
I feel like the Cubs are in this, oh my goodness, he might be available position, and Tigers.
Okay, I would say Cubs, Red Sox, or whoever. Okay, let's say Bregman does go to Red Sox, Tigers, and the Cubs were seriously interested.
Oh, wow. I see where you're going here.
Would you, if you're the Cardinals, and I hate stupid sports hypotheticals, but it's Friday, phone line Friday. It's a Francesa Friday. Why not? And the Cubs said, you know what, we're interested. We were kind of thinking about Bregman. This is a cheaper version. It upgrades us at third, another bat. Would the Cardinals pull that trigger? Would you trade him within the division, Doug?
They used to make a lot of trades with the Cubs.
Yeah.
They got Bruce Sutter from the Cubs. They got Lou Brock from the Cubs.
Would you have any hesitancy? And if the numbers are right and the prospect were right, wouldn't that be an odd deal?
I
and
guess,
if you're Arenado, you didn't want to go to Houston, would you go to Wrigley?
If the Cubs were to pick up a bunch of that contract, I think the Cardinals would say, okay, sure, here he is. We'll deal with what happens over the next couple of years and be better off financially anyway.
May not be likely. It's just if the Cubs are kind of kicking the tires on Bregman and you don't get him, who else is out there at third that's available? Arenado. I'm ready for this to be resolved. I will say that.
But do we want to be there when Nolan Arenado comes strolling in to Jupiter, Florida next week, and we're sitting there at the picnic table, and the first thing he does before he even drops off his bag is he walks right over and says, boys, let's talk it over.
Got to get something off my chest.
Well, the position players aren't due, I think, until a couple days later. And I don't think he's a candidate to show up early. No. Just going to go out on a limb and say not ourselves.
What if he wants to get some work in on the range at Medalist?
Well, that's true. Maybe drop some things off.
Doug, for a point of reference to Cardinal fans going, 22nd ranked prospect in the Red Sox organization. Who's the 22nd ranked prospect in the Cardinal organization? The 2025 list is not out yet. From MLB.com, we could do this for the next 7 months, and you wouldn't get it. Ryan Campos is his name.
Oh, sure.
And he was at A-ball last year. Juan Bin Cho is 24th, and Brunelli Franco is 21st.
Okay.
So you kind of get the idea.
And if your number one,
Boomer Kingsley was not in there.
If your number one prospect comes up and makes a team and is decent, you're pretty happy.
I think at this point, the Cardinals would be pretty disappointed if J.J. Weatherholt didn't develop. He was the number one prospect. Tink Hence to Quinn Matthews 3, just for points of reference.
I understand, but we always are told that their top prospects are going to come and be world beaters, and usually they aren't.
Well, earlier in the week, I read that ranking going back from 2015 through 2024 of the Cardinal prospects, and I mean, I think the best year, 40% of the top 10 made it to the major leagues. That was the best year. I think, if memory serves, that was 2018 when you had Reyes, Flaherty, Kelly, O'Neill, Bader, Hudson, Hicks, Helsley, Kisner, Schrock. Actually, that
pretty good group.
Year. That was a great year. That was way more than 40%. But then you look at 2015, and it was not nearly as successful. So it's a case-by-case basis.
Yeah.
I'm intrigued by that report that if they were talking to the Red Sox back then, it seems like they've had to kind of drum up a market with Boston. That would indicate that there was one previously, which I'm interested to know. I don't know.
Yeah. So that's John Denton, MLB.com is where you can read that story. Hunchback of Vaughn Castle says Cardinals are in tank mode and hope to convince Contreras and Gray to accept trades at the deadline to escape this situation. It's the reset. That's from Hunchback of Vaughn
Trade
Castle.
those two also. I really do think if some team wants the Cardinals to pick up $20 million of the $24 they owe, I think
they owe more than that.
Well, just a year.
Okay.
I really think that at some point you got to sit down and say, listen, this is awkward for both of us, but we got to make it work. We're not going to pay you this kind of money to go play somewhere else and get very, very little in return. We're just going to have to put it behind us and make it work.
Martin, do you think that that's a tenable prospect?
To make it work. And I know that's been written about in the paper and talked about. I mean, anything is tenable, right? Anything is possible. I just think both sides were so convinced we're done. You good? Yep, we're good. Okay, we'll get you out of here. Yep, we're good. I think they're just in the mindset like it's not coming back together again, and then you'd have to totally redo. Now, it's not the end of the world. You're a big leaguer making a ton of money. You can suck it up, go out there and play, but it's sort of known now you don't want to be here, which makes it a bit awkward, not only for media coverage, but I think your teammates, they kind of know you don't want to be here. It's pretty clear.
Don't you think Contreras was taking a shot at him with his comments at winter warm-up about I don't want to run away from the situation? You familiar with the quote? I should pull it up and give it to I apologize.
Maybe.
I absolutely think it was.
Because Contreras has a hard time keeping his emotions out of it. He'll kind of tell you exactly what he's thinking. Yeah. Remember the locker clearing out final day of the year kind of was saying the Brewers are the ones who kind of always figure it out or go for it or whatever his phrase was.
This is what he wrote. Or this is what he said, I'm sorry. A reading from the Post-Dispatch. I'm not going nowhere because it's too easy for me to request a trade and be a coward and leave everything behind. I like challenges and I love the team. I love the guys. I mean, I don't know. I
think there's. I mean, I don't know for a fact, but
decent.
You're right. Decent chance there that has something to do. So that's part of it is coming back in the room when everyone knows you don't really want to be there. I mean, the agent has done the talking. Arenado hasn't said it. The agent's done the talking for him, but wants to be somewhere where they're going for it. And then you walk back in. Hey guys, happy to be here? Question mark. I agree with you, Doug. In theory. Life, business, you sit down, hey, we got to get through this, we got to figure this out. It can be done. Yes, it is less than ideal at this point.
It would certainly be difficult and awkward. And you can imagine Arenado grounding into a double play and maybe not running as hard as he could to first base and the fans all over him now. But it's also difficult and awkward to part with $20 million and get nothing in return.
If it's 20 over 3 years, though, if they say you got to pay.
This is every year, isn't it?
Was it 20 in the package or 20 per year? Because if it's 20 per year, there's no way. If it's 20 total.
Oh, that's how I understood it.
Okay.
Well, I could be wrong there.
But I also think the fans may kind of, even though we're the B-fibs,
yeah, best fans in baseball.
I think the fans might turn if they think somebody doesn't really want to be part. Even though you're down on this team, it's still your team. It's your city.
He didn't do the job. It wasn't anything I did wrong. He didn't do the job.
No, Jackie's back. I felt like we lost you a little bit to housekeeping.
He's in that text inbox.
I know. He's doing some housekeeping. I need you on the drops on a big phone-in Friday.
Yeah, well, Martin, you're going to get your third caller right here.
Oh,
It's
yes.
Sergeant Major Rose on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Good morning, Sergeant Major.
Hello, fellas. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Well, last time I ran into you fellas was back when you were hosting your wiffle ball tournament at the park.
Doug, was that 2014?
I don't know the years, Tim.
July 2014, Martin? Francis Park, yeah. And the winner of the tournament got to play Jim Edmonds and Jason Isringhausen. That's true. And I believe they defeated Jim Edmonds and Jason Isringhausen because these guys could throw balls that went 5 different directions before it got to the plate.
Yeah, it was my last, got to see you guys for my last tour back over in the sandbox, and I admire my job, so I haven't, to keep my security clearance, I haven't called in or texted in just because I don't want the government to find out my admiration for the show.
That'd probably be bad.
Could cause problems in my future endeavors.
I would think.
Can you loosely say what it is you do?
I cannot loosely say. There's 3 initials, and I'm sure if you take the time to figure it out, you can figure it out.
MMF?
That one would be on the list, Tim. Yeah, that one.
Oh, wow.
Turned.
This is Major, what is it, Major Rose?
Sergeant Major Rose.
Sergeant Major,
Sergeant
okay.
Major.
Because we're at 3 callers in the first hour. I got a shot here at the 10. Okay, go ahead.
The sergeant.
That was why I wanted to call in, because I wanted to help out the show today and make sure that Martin met his goals.
Thank you.
Martin.
I will say that I do miss some of the changes. The traffic cone is no longer there, and I'll definitely miss those call-ins.
The
And
traffic cone. Martin, that's a reference to Ken Iggy Strode. we miss him as well, Sergeant Major Rose.
And I say that with all the affection in the world. I love Iggy. I loved his stories. The body count was impressive.
500.
So I love the callers that would call him Bacon Boot and all the other things that came along with it.
Bacon Boot.
Ash and sweet potato.
That's another one. That was your favorite.
Yeah. And then I actually ran into one of your former legends at the Grands having a Legends about a month ago, your boy Plowhawk.
Oh, the Plowhawk at LeGrand's. God bless. Plowhawk's getting married here in June, and Doug is performing the service.
The wedding vows.
You've got to be kidding me.
No, that's what I said when he called me.
I got to meet the fam. I got to meet the, I guess, fiance or soon-to-be wife, Mrs. Plowhawk. She's a delight.
Yeah, she is a delight.
Mrs.
Plowhawk.
I want to go out, and I'm sure everybody will agree. It was very difficult for me as a listener when Mr. J. Randolph Jr. passed. I cannot tell you how many times me and my platoon, when we'd be listening to the show over in Afghanistan or other places where we were, and hearing Jay and his stories and just having him on the radio, the Foot Fetish Fridays were absolutely legendary. And, Martin, I think you should pick up that mantle now that Jay's gone. So.
Wow. Are you looking to bring in ladies and play with their feet on Fridays, Martin?
I mean, they say to always expand your brand, so I hadn't.
It'd be a nice gesture.
It kind of feels like a chairman vehicle, I got to say.
Chairman, are you interested in...
No, we've been over this. That's Jay's thing, plus feet isn't my thing. I'd be open to other explorations.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Doug, that's wonderful. That's wonderful.
You know what I'm talking about, Doug.
No kink shaming here.
Good for you, Sergeant Major Rose.
I do. I kink shame.
I know, Doug, and I the one thing I will say, Doug, is I miss all the jokes about the pleated pants that you wear, as well as the the tuna fish Vaughn. I wish
I had 2 tuna fish sandwiches. That's all I had. I had 2 sandwiches, and that nickname stuck on me.
Oh, my God.
Well, Jackie wore one diaper.
Yeah, diaper for 20 minutes.
A texter has said what I was thinking. The voice sounds a little like Calvin May.
No.
I know it's not.
Calvin.
Somebody thought the same thing.
No hot foot Fridays here.
Hot foot Fridays.
Sorry, Patterson.
This guy's like a historian.
Yeah. There he is, right there. That was Cal May.
But I just, again, now that my career is about to end in a few months, I just thought it'd be safe if I could call in and still keep my job.
For sure. How's everything out there in the real world? Everything is it calmer now? Better?
Let's just put it this way: the adults are in the room, and I think this country is headed in the right direction. I know that's going to just absolutely kill Comrade Charles Marlowe, but you'll have to just get over it.
Comrade Charles Marlowe
just took Shrapnel.
Marlowe takes a shot. Nobody is safe on this program, even if you're not on it. Sergeant Major Rose, thank you so much for the phone call and for being a loyal listener for so many years, man. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. Love you guys. Have a great day.
And thank you for your service as well.
God bless. Sergeant Major Rose calling in. And you can join in. Martin, is that 3?
That's 3 in the first hour.
So we're pacing right now. We're pacing.
And I usually leave 10-ish.
That onboarding
It's going to be right up against the buzzer.
Are you going to onboard in Jupiter?
Well, I haven't talked to management here. I got to talk to Hubbard. A little bit is what Brian Bartow wants me to do down there. I might do some Cardinal onboarding.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to call in. Martin wants to get to 10 on a Francesa Friday. 314-974-0101 is how you can call in. This from a James Carlton client, just like me. We recently switched to James Carlton. Not only are we saving $70 a month on our car insurance, 2 vehicles, but I'm also very glad we switched for the added benefit of the roadside assistance they offer. One of our cars had a dead battery in the garage. We used the roadside assistance after we were unable to jump it. The driver arrived in 15 minutes, and it was the most professional tow truck driver I've ever worked with. It made a stressful situation that much easier. Those are the kinds of reviews you get when you work with James Carlton. 400 plus 5-star reviews on Google for the James Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. I am a client. Recommend them wholeheartedly. Go online at carltoninsurance.net. Has your insurance gone up year over year? Good chance it has. You have nothing to risk by calling 314-961-4800 and seeing if James Carlton and his team can save you money. They'll do all the paperwork for you. Make the switch, and what could be a 2-minute uncomfortable conversation with your current insurance agent leads to a lifetime of reliability with the best in the business. James Carlton, Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, carltoninsurance.net. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. Robert Thomas, 8:15. Joey Vitale, 9:15. Gabe DeArmond, 10:15. Drops of the week. Design, air, heating, and cooling email today. All coming up on our Stiefel dossier. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Michael's Flooring's been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and making a great living. His passion's flooring, and when you order from Michael, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. Go to igotfloored.com and check it out. They have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in the St. Louis metropolitan area. They're in Creve Coeur, right here on Olive. They are in Darden Prairie, and they are in St. Peters. It's Michael's Flooring. The website is igotfloored.com. Just come on in or talk to them, and you're going to see the difference. They want to make sure that they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate's telling them they have too much of in surplus. There is a reason that Michael has continued to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they're taken care of, and then this rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interests of the buyers. It's Michael's Flooring online at igotfloored.com.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues lose last night to the Florida Panthers. Final score of 3-2. Off tonight for the Blues, taking on the Blackhawks tomorrow night. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back to CMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt answering calls as Martin's on a quest for 10 calls today on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, and we're currently at 3, so we're pacing. We're pacing.
Not bad.
And you will not count Robert Thomas as a caller.
No, he's not a listener. Well, maybe he is.
Maybe he is.
Okay, I take it back.
Robert Thomas joins us here on 101 ESPN. Good morning, Robert.
Morning, guys.
Would you consider yourself a listener?
That's a no. That's a no.
No.
Oh.
Boy, I loved it. And the way you were able to hold the
He was trying to be polite.
I know he was.
Yeah, sure.
But that was very polite.
Can't blame him.
As a matter of fact, so we're going to officially count that as a no. I think that is now.
What are you listening to when you're on the way to the rink?
You going music? You going podcasts? What are you doing?
A little bit of both.
Yeah.
I've been a big Joe Rogan fan. I love listening to him. So,
yeah. Favorite Rogan episode? Go.
I'm big into the alien conspiracies.
Do you believe that there is life beyond Earth?
Yes.
100%. What about ghosts? Do you believe there are ghosts?
I don't know. To be honest.
I'm right there with you. I'm on the life beyond Earth. The ghost thing might mess me up. I don't know.
I think here's the issue, though. You start an episode, and I don't know what your commute is, but the Rogan interviews are like 8 hours, so you have to have 10 trips to the rink. Back, I'm still working on Rod Blagojevich. My God, I've tried 6 times to finish it. He's still in prison. I'm waiting for him to get out. I'm still working on it.
Yeah, it takes me a week to finish him.
Yeah, that's good.
I think Joe Rogan might be the most influential media member in the country right now.
Outside of me.
Outside of you, of course, Tim.
You.
Talty.
I don't know who else would be more important.
Yeah.
Kerber? Yeah. So it's Talty, Kerber, me, and Rogan?
Yes, that's the Mount
Rushmore.
Guys, I had no idea. All right, now here's the deal. This is the way things work, Robert, just so you know, on our side in an industry that I know you have zero interest in ever participating in. But just by asking something other than about the loss last night and yelling at you about it, we are being soft. So therefore, I have a responsibility to
yell at him?
To yell at you about the loss and the way that things went down. So you go into the room after playing what was overall, I would imagine you guys would say played a pretty good game, playing against 2 really good opponents back to back, but the way that it ends, certainly disappointing. So from that standpoint, what is your mindset when you're skating off the ice and you're a handful of seconds away from at least picking up a point against the defending Cup champions?
Yeah, really frustrating. Against good teams, you gotta find a way to finish it out. That's 2 of the top teams. Obviously, they're both in the finals last year, and you just got to find a way. It's really defeating and frustrating. You play a great game, and then they score at 11 seconds left. It's tough on you. So, but all you can do is move forward, learn, get better, and I think as a team, we're starting to build something again, and I think that's our main goal here.
I guess it's a good thing that you at least have one more game before the Four Nations start. You'd hate to take a break and ending on that, wouldn't you?
Yeah. It's it's a big one. It's always fun against Chicago. Saturday night, it's gonna be a blast.
Was there extra chirping out there with Matthew Tkachuk on the other side?
No, we don't talk at all during the game.
Really?
Oh, is that right? Really? Is that how it works?
Yeah. Well, yeah, usually not.
Is it fun going against somebody you know that well, or do you not enjoy going against a friend?
I think it's always fun. It's always a little bit more competitive. You want to get the best of each other, and it's good competition.
And he's got a lot of skill, obviously, but does he have a little bit of that Walt DNA too? He just likes to hang out in front.
Yeah, definitely. I think we saw that last night. Yeah, he's got a lot of skill. He's not as, I'd say Brady's more like Walt, and Matthew's got a little bit more of the skill and touch.
Robert Thomas with us here on 101 ESPN, weekly appearance on the program. What did you think of the way that the festivities got underway with Jake Neighbors and Sam Bennett?
Yeah, a lot of props to Jake. Bennett's a really tough guy, and obviously standing up for himself for what happened in Florida, and I think it got the guys going, and it takes a lot of guts to do what he did, and as a team, you respect it a lot.
Did he know he was going to do that before the game ever started, or they just line up and decide at the last minute, yeah, let's do this?
I know he definitely knew. I think a couple of us didn't until he lined up at center, and then we remembered.
And is it certain, like decorum in hockey, like Bennett knows the deal, Neighbors know, like everybody just kind of understands?
I think so, yeah.
And how about the break? What will you do? It's a pretty long time stretch off. What are your plans?
We're going to go sit on the beach for a little bit.
Oh, nice.
And listen to this show?
Live stream the show.
Yeah.
If you're down Jupiter, you could come visit us there and do interviews like every day.
Cardinal talk.
Thank you.
He's going to politely decline the offer,
Okay.
Doug. Well, enjoy the break, enjoy the time off, and enjoy the beach. And we'll look forward to talking with you when things restart here following the Four Nations. Robert, always appreciate the time. Thanks so much.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
All right, take it easy. That's Robert Thomas with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines for his weekly appearance on TMA. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you on the program. Martin, the people can email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. That's Seth Goldcamp. And Doug, the forecast a little dangerous next week. Looks like we might have some snow in the forecast, but that's where Seth Goldcamp comes in. And if you have a heating issue, Martin, he'll fix it up for you.
Hey, the great thing about Design Air is they sponsor the email of the day, which means there's like a buildup all day, just kind of waiting and waiting.
What will Buck Swope have?
And then I've heard Robert Thomas has been late for a morning skate because he can't get out of the car. Locked in on the show, but Design Air, there's no buildup when you need help with the HVAC. It's real simple. Just get online, designairservice.com. Set up your appointment there. Call them if you're in an emergency situation. They'll get right out. They have a great team of technicians, and that's what they do. They come in and do the service on that unit. The furnace needs fixing. You don't need somebody in there selling you an item you don't need. If it needs to be replaced, you're going to want to do it with Design Air. If it needs to be fixed, Design Air is there to do that. Fourth generation St. Louis business. Been around since 1904. Doug, is that the year you started?
You son of a sack ass. Absolute son of a sack ass.
Seth Goldcamp and the family have been doing it right for a long time. And if you're at a Billiken game and you need better seats, they might just move you down low. The chairman experienced that last Friday.
That's the kind of guy Seth is.
Yeah, I guess Seth walked right by my seats and took the chairman down lower.
I don't good. Yeah.
Yeah, well, thanks, Seth. DesignerService.com is where you can set up that appointment for all your HVAC needs.
Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Martin Kilcoyne, a quest for 10 callers.
A little behind now. We're a little behind.
314-974-0101. Chairman Kurt standing by for the Callier and Thompson phone lines. You're welcome to participate in the YouTube chat. And during the commercial breaks, I like to interact with the audience at youtube.com/TMA. Well, there are all these TMA conspiracy theories, and now there's one about gluten-free perk.
What's he done?
She.
Oh, yeah, right. Sure.
No, you met her. She's a real-life female.
Oh, that was her. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So I'm in there attending to those. So if you want to talk it over, yell at me, whatever. YouTube.com/TMASTL. That's where I'll be during the commercial break, which is coming your way now. And Doug, a huge development in the world of grade school basketball a huge development
What
in the
would
world
that
of
be? Or
grade
is
school
that the
basketball.
tease?
That's the tease.
Okay.
I went to teasing camp,
All right.
as you know. We have that on the other side of the break. Ladies and gentlemen, this is TMA 101 ESPN. Doug requested it. You got it.
I didn't request anything.
And this is Genuine Pony?
I don't know who
and
it
that
is.
sets the stage for next week in South Florida. I think I might stay up for 3 straight days.
No, what? No, what's that sniffing noise?
I have been sick for the last week. I'm telling you. I really have. Is this dangerous? Not only am I combining my sleeping pills with the standard, mix, now it's with NyQuil. I mean, I don't even know my name.
Yeah, I would think it's probably a little much.
It's been going on for a week.
You
I wash
wash
it
the
down.
pills
I wash it
with
down.
the NyQuil?
Yeah, I wash it down.
Shooters.
How much NyQuil are you taking?
A full shot.
Grape?
Do you still measure it, or you just gulp it?
I just pour it in the thing and just like I'm sitting at the bar.
And sleeping pills on top of that?
That's right.
Do you even make it back to the bed before you fall asleep?
I'm in the bed, brother.
Oh, okay.
I'm in the bed.
You wake up thinking about aliens and Joe Rogan.
I only got 53 minutes of REM sleep last night, and that's not good. Thank you to my friends at Whoop. Yola. Doug, I made a deep tease on this. Unbelievable. And I know you will be thrilled to hear about
I just don't.
this. And you're welcome to call in if you would like to express your support, because Martin's on a quest for 10 callers on the Callier and Thompson phone lines today. 314-974-0101. Chairman Kurt standing by. Tonight, if you want to go, it's up to you. See if you can get in. Good luck.
Okay.
In the St. Gabriel basketball tournament, first time ever in the championship, St. Gabriel will be taking on St. Gabriel.
Again? This happened last
Stunning.
week.
Yeah, that was the girls last week and the boys this
Right.
Yeah. Not surprised at all. And they'll probably both win it. They'll probably both win. I won't be going there because, believe it or not, I don't hang out at a lot of grade school gyms.
Wow.
That would be kind of creepy.
Wow. Taking a shot.
Well, I used to, when my kids were playing, it was one thing. But if you don't have any kids in the game, you don't have grandkids, nieces, nephews, and you're hanging around grade school gyms, that's a little creepy.
That's Southside. I live by a number of tenets, Martin, as you know. No kink shaming. I'm pro-liberty, honesty in media, and this tradition never graduates. And let me tell you something, brother. If you went to St. Gabriel's, you never graduate. Now, part of that, we had a guy who drove a car to school when he was in 8th grade.
So he really didn't graduate.
That's correct. But other than that, the tradition of the banners in that gymnasium never graduates.
By the way, I had some doxing unintended off air of the caller last week, the Marquette guy that went to St. Gabriel. Cousin Joe said, yeah, he goes, I know who that is. Yeah, he was a pretty good basketball player, stopped playing. He's up at Marquette, and I got the name. But it was the St. Gabe's conversation one Friday ago that led to a Francesa Friday.
Cal Kennedy, the John Wooden of St. Gabriel, Martin, he just texted and he says the finals are tomorrow night.
No.
So if people have plans tonight, good news. You can...
Blues game, St. Gabe's 8th grade. Is Missoula outside scalping tickets? Yeah, I got some front row seats.
So the B division is St. Gabriel versus St. Gabriel, and the A division is St. Gabriel versus Loyola.
Gee, I wonder who will win that one.
Is there a reason why St. Gabe's is playing themselves?
What are you trying to say?
I assume they have 3 teams.
Okay.
With the school, and they're all in the tournament.
Well, good. I'm glad basketball's
and they've all advanced. Imagine that. We could probably already get the score of tomorrow's game.
I'm just telling you, I would retain counsel right now with that kind of slander.
Martin, have you been to the gym? Have you seen that? They put up banners for winning checkers games. There's banners everywhere. Here's one for Parcheesi. We won in 1973.
Can I see the free throw count in this tournament, game by game?
Oh, gosh.
So you're saying it's weird for like a couple who have no kids there or grandkids there just go to the game and watch some good ball?
Well, if it was a couple, it wouldn't be so bad. If
Season
it's just
ticket
a guy,
holders.
if it's just a guy hanging out.
But what if he really likes ball?
Yeah, what if he likes ball, round ball?
Well, if you maybe a high school game would be a better bet, something like that.
So you're telling me I need to switch up my plans for tonight?
I would. Well, tomorrow night. Now they're saying.
Well, I was going to go camp out tonight.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, camp out.
Like it's Ruppery.
Yeah, you camp out on Murdoch.
You meet over at me at LaGrange, Jimmy. Get sandwiches and then walk over. Missy will pack you some drinks.
Don't worry, it's not a homeless guy. It's a guy camping out for the games tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, Armin is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Martin, that's 4 calls.
Hey,
Armin, good morning.
Armin?
ARMAN, just in case you guys were wondering.
Yeah, we had phone issues the last time, Armin. Let's tighten it up.
Yeah, I'm really sorry for that. I just wanted to tell you guys I appreciate listening to you every morning, and I'm sorry for the phone call mix-up fiasco yesterday. But yeah, I hope you guys are all doing well. As far as Mr. NyQuil over there, I'm right there with you, dude. I took everything and anything, and it is still lingering.
Is that right? How long have you been sick, Armin? Because I really am going back to last Thursday.
I've been sick since Monday, and I'm actually going back home now to take care of the kids because my wife is coming down with the same thing I did. So
I feel like 90% of people in St. Louis have been or are currently sick right now with whatever the hell this is. Jackson got hit hard last week. Martin had the cough for a while. You're better on that, aren't you?
Yeah, I still got a little something there. I had bronchitis. Jackie had scrap throat.
Yeah.
But I recommend get a Z-Pack, see the doctor. Otherwise, it just lingers.
Yeah, it's the take flu. Let's run right through us.
Well, is that it?
That's it. Appreciate you guys.
Okay.
Thanks for you every morning, and hope you guys all stay safe and not sick, and hope that this is just a small little bug that's going around, and you guys stay safe, and thanks for all that you do.
God
Well, all right,
bless.
thank you, fella.
How about that, Doug? That's not the
Okay.
kind of call we're used to on this
No, it
program.
isn't.
Usually it's F off. But that's a wonderful sentiment from Armin. And now, Martin, now you're at 4.
I'm at 4. Also, a friend of the show, Chris Pelican, texting in, former colleague.
Yeah,
at the
he's been on this program.
2 Fox, as well as a radio fan. A true story. He said, my 7th grade boys team will be playing in the 3rd place game tomorrow at St. Gabe's, 5 o'clock. So if you don't have plans, there's a 3rd place game at 5 o'clock.
And what squad is he?
MQP Strong.
MQP. Boy, these are going to be some good games. I wonder if they'll live stream us so we can watch them while we're in Jupiter.
No, just no. You want me to go? Let me get this straight. You want me to change my plans to go to a 7th grade 3rd place game at a grade school?
Well, I know
Is that what I'm hearing?
I know we got a Blues team in 6th place, but I've got some good intel now. Pelican said, tell Doug Loyola's going to roll.
Whoa!
Doubtful.
He said they're loaded.
What's the number?
I don't know. We'll take your 7th grade basketball calls.
I picked them to win. I don't really know why.
Here's the Colonel. He will give us that kind of insight at 9:15 if you're in Denver. Joey Vitale on the Stiefel dossier coming up at 9:15 in our Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. The 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Fisher Window and Door Store. Jackson, how do you feel about a QFTA today? Be honest with me.
If we just a tighter one. I'm sorry. I have things.
Martin, you caught that. You looked right at me when he said that.
He's afraid you're doing a Rogan today.
I just have things I got to do. I got to pack.
Well, good news. I got a call at 12:15.
All right, we're good.
So we're good. I got a call at 12:15.
We're golden.
Yeah, you can send your emails in for QFTA. I'm in the YouTube chat. I say. And I say it respectfully, you guys come up with these conspiracy theories, but nobody sends me the email so I can answer the questions.
Okay.
T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. I'll answer anything you want. I don't give a damn. T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. QFTA. We'll do that like at 11:15.
Yep.
All right. On the YouTube channel.
Now we got grade school tough guys texted in. Immaculata all day.
Doug, great news. Fungo is on the
number 5.
Callier and Thompson phone lines. That's 5 for you, Martin. You're halfway home right at 8:32. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. You got to feel good.
We've got guests in the middle. It's going to be tight.
All right, let's see what Fungo has to say. Good morning, Fungo.
Timmy, how are you?
Wonderful.
Hello, gang.
Hello, Fungo.
Good. What's going on, Doug?
Are you
By
roughing the
way,
games?
You talk about the.
You roughing the games?
I got the B team championship game tomorrow night at 6 o'clock.
St. Gabriel versus St. Gabriel in the championship game with Fungo roughing it. Doug, this is just, it's perfect, isn't it?
You can't get any better, Tim.
Gosh.
I don't
are going to watch it from South Florida.
Feeling good about I want you to be as neutral as possible about this.
He is neutral. He's one of the best officials in grade school basketball.
He sounded a little too excited about the fact games.
Tim, you got that right. 57 years of doing it.
57 years of officiating, Martin.
What year did you start? How old were you?
Back in 1967.
Really?
Well, I mean, that's the math, but Martin was asking
how old when you started. Because are you 75 years old?
No, I was in high school, just like you can do nowadays. That's where Jack Christinell, Mr. Christinell last week, caller.
Yeah.
From Mr. Marquette. Yes, he started while he was a SLU, and we got a lot of the kids that do that. In fact, last night we had a young man that did it, Mark Mullen. Mark is refereed for Alabama the state of Alabama and state of Nebraska high school. So he's gotten himself around. So we branch out a lot.
Okay.
Well, it's a tough job and a thankless.
Exciting.
It's a thankless job and a tough one. I could see why you'd want to throw the games and not have to deal with a lot of crazy parents.
Well, apparently this Loyola, they've got this kid called Bryson Young.
Oh, yeah.
2 games he's had
We're breaking down the 7th grade basketball player. Bryson Young is his name.
Coos is like, this was my whole first segment.
Now, Cal has said that you got to keep an eye on this kid. He's going places.
Oh, really?
We know he's going to go to Gabriel's on Saturday night. Where he goes after that, who knows?
Fungo, you ever officiate a game with Cusimano coaching?
Never have.
Okay.
We, because we were in the South City district, and he was one of those. He was in the West County.
Elitist.
From Our Lady of Pillar.
You ever have to throw anybody out of a game?
I kicked a guy out a couple of weeks ago for yelling "bull." A couple of years ago.
Yeah.
He screamed at one of my partner, who was only 17 at the time. He yells "bull." I walked over. I said, "Sir, if you don't leave quietly, I'll let the game go on and not forfeit it." He says, "What for?" I says, "Just trust me. I'm using better judgment here."
Mm-hmm.
Next thing you know, he's out. We continued. His daughter's team was winning the game. They were crushing the team they were playing.
Yeah.
But it's like, he was constantly on my partner, who was a young kid, and he wouldn't say anything to me, so I just took care of the situation. He left, and we continued on with the game.
You ran him.
I like when it's 3rd grade basketball and the coach like, "Come on, Zebra, you idiot!" And it's like a 12-year-old kid.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fungo, could you be influenced if somebody was throwing a LeGrand's gift card at you? Would you throw the game?
Well, it certainly won't be a Mom's Deli one.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, tough situation there. You got any insight on where Mom's Deli is going to relocate to, Fungo?
Somebody mentioned Dado's yesterday over there in Hampton.
What is that again? Where is it?
There's a possibility of going there. Who knows?
By the Dairy Queen, Tim, on Hampton.
Oh, yeah.
There's a barber shop, I think, over that away.
Mm-hmm.
Right by DB Proud.
But it's quite a mess down there, I should say, because I read the petition as to what's going on in the court case. It's all been settled. They lost the lease, but I just find it amazing that you lose a lease when it's 3 family members that own the building.
Yeah.
So, who knows?
Yeah.
Well, Fungo, thank you for being caller number 5. I need 6 and 7 to load up quickly. We're going to get behind on my quota here.
Okay.
Doug, you got quotas, don't you, with government?
In honor of Bob Plager, I was number 5.
Oh, there you go.
Fun fact for no one tell.
Very nice.
Thank you, Fungo.
Guys, take care. And try to make sure Martin doesn't use the F-bomb at any kids' events, okay?
Good for you. Yeah, Martin, that's what you're known for, apparently.
But that's with my own team. Okay, that's different.
Thank you, Fungo. Fungo on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, caller 5, and he will be officiating St. Gabriel versus St. Gabriel tomorrow. I guess we'll be out probably at a cocktail lounge. Maybe we'll start in Miami.
Stream it.
And have them switch from the Heat game to the St. Gabriel B bracket versus St. Gabriel matchup. That'll be awesome.
They have cameras set up in almost all hockey rinks now.
Oh, yeah.
So you can watch your kids play whether you're there or not online. I wonder if they'll start doing that in high school basketball teams, or if they already have it. Maybe.
For high school games, for sure. They
How
have
about
that.
grade school, St. Gabe's?
I can't speak to that. They should.
Seems to be a big market for it.
They should.
Thank you.
We have people texting how good Loyola is. We're talking about 7th grade basketball.
Cal Kennedy, the guy, he texted me, he goes, I've been watching games up here for decades. He goes, I've never seen a kid like this kid. He was texting me last night. So
have to get a camera.
You might have to, you can be on top of this. So you can beat Frank to one of these young ball players here.
What did he say his name was?
Bryson Young.
All right.
You know what he said? 7th grader?
Maybe Coach Schertz, maybe you should just offer him.
Yeah.
Offer him early.
Friend of the show, Coach Schertz, can be on top of it. Tim, Loyola's going to win by 15. They produce athletes. So the number is 15, Doug, in Las Vegas. You're welcome to get involved as well. Martin's looking for 10 callers. We're halfway home. 314-974-0101. Those are the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, you know anything about Callier and Thompson?
I do. Callier and Thompson is your go-to source for every design consideration. If you're looking to redo redo your house, this is a place where you can go and you can trust them. And that's a big thing in that business. It's hard to know who you can trust in your home and if they will back up their work. Collier & Thompson stands behind every job they do. During the process, they are always available right there for you. The Collier & Thompson team cares about the work they produce. For them, it's more than just a job. They take pride in all the work that they do. Their core values are summed up by simply doing the right thing. It may cost them a little extra time or dollars, but that's what sets them apart from the competition. They've been doing this since the 1950s in St. Louis, have all kinds of fantastic reviews. You go to their website, it's a good chance to look at some of the before and after pictures. It looks like those HGTV shows where you start out with the house and you go, oh my word, and then 30 minutes later it looks like the Ritz Hotel or something. That's the kind of work Collier & Thompson does too. How about some of these reviews? Connie E. says the entire process went well. Mark was the supervisor, always communicated with us, all the installers, including the plumbers, electricians, floor people, painter, all very professional and competent. We are extremely happy with their new rooms. What do you have to say, Mark M? Well, all construction completed on time, workers extremely friendly, cleaned up and vacuumed every day they were here. Overall, very good experience. Owner came out at the final inspection and noticed a nick on the door and ordered a new door. That's how Collier & Thompson does it. They are simply the best in town when you need work on your house, whether that's a whole new kitchen, a partial kitchen, a master bathroom, you want to redo the basement, anything. Collier & Thompson can handle absolutely anything in your home. They're on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Collier & Thompson, come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
There it is. Email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Brand new podcast just released this morning. The set that they built for this new podcast with Riz of The Riz Show, Anthony Stalter of The Fast Lane, and me. It's called The Spread Zone, and it's a sports gambling podcast, and the very first episode is available for you on YouTube, the 101 ESPN YouTube channel, on The Riz Show channel as well, 105.7 The Point, The Riz Show, and it is in your TMA podcast feed. Subscribe to the TMA podcast feed, tmastl.com, and wherever it is that you may podcast. I mean, the set, I walk in there yesterday.
How's the set?
Unbelievable. Jackson, you saw it, right?
Super cool.
My goodness.
It's impressive.
I am telling you.
Yeah.
So we give our picks for the Super Bowl and some prop wagers as well. There are a couple that I absolutely love, and they feel too good to be true, which kind of scares me. But I'll have that on the other side of the break. And the drops of the week coming your way. Joey Vitale on the Stiefel dossier at 9:15. Gabe DeArmond at 10:15. Missouri and A&M. Jackson not happy with Buzz Williams' three-piece suit, but it will be at Mizzou Arena tomorrow as Missouri tries to bounce back from the loss in Knoxville 2 nights ago. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. This is our Fisher Window and Door Story 8 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug, try to tell me this isn't the Jam.
This has a nice beat to it.
Nice!
Sure. Yeah.
Belle Biv DeVoe. Poison. I was playing at Hoops Plus. Mike Bush's Hoops Plus, Martin.
Hoops
1990.
Plus.
And we were vanquished in the first round.
Did you tell them you were from St. Gabe's? Didn't matter.
They didn't seem to have the respect.
Is there a Bell and a Biv and a DeVoe? Are they all separate?
Yeah, it's Ricky Bell, Ronnie DeVoe, and Michael Bivens. Okay. Of course, 3 members of New Edition, the other 3, Doug being Ralph Tresvant, Bobby Brown, and Johnny Gill.
Okay, I was going to say that, but you spit it out before I could.
I was able to beat you to the punch. It's the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour here on 101 ESPN. The program's called The Morning After. You're welcome to participate by calling in. Martin's on a quest for 10 callers today, putting Chairman Kurt to the task over there to get the work in. And Fungo was the last caller, so we're at 5. Martin, do you think we're going to get there? It's 8:49 in St. Louis.
Kind of like Pestis saying we're going to get 95 wins out of this squad. I'm a little concerned. I've got Chris Pestis, Sergeant Major Rose, was it? Armin with an A-N, and then Fungo. Caller 6, who's next? 969, whatever the number is.
314-974-0101. And you can participate in the YouTube chat at youtube.com/TMASTL. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Friday. On the Stiefel dossier, Joey Vitale at 9:15, Gabe DeArmond 10:15, Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day at 10:50. But now it's time for our drops of the week.
Morning After. Drops of the week.
Yeah, you gotta drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop. Indeed it is.
Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off.
Flip that off.
That's okay, Doug. It's your show. Go ahead.
Mystery writer. Because I don't know his name offhand, but good for him.
What do you got cooking today, Pestis?
Don't try to send me their wives. I don't want them.
Oh.
Really?
Really?
Wow.
He's like, get off! Get off! I'm like, I can't.
Bang! He got it! Bang! He got it!
You go ahead and get your white wherever you want to get it and take your chances.
Oh!
My wife has delved into lunacy, but he's excuse me.
Oh, excuse me, I'm putting out a cigarette here.
We'll see you later.
That was Drops of the Week. Drop, down, drop. Get it.
I didn't even recognize your voice there as you were battling, Martin.
I had like a stroke. I couldn't talk.
Don't say stroke.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dad.
It was a frog got in your throat.
Frog, but I couldn't quite clear. I heard some Jamie Rivers, John Heyman channeling his inner RFK. Rammer was in there. Andy Crouppen was in there. Drops.
Jackson, nice work.
Thanks, fellas.
How's it going with the housekeeping, with all the names being indexed?
You have been busy as a tiniest of beavers.
Yeah, done pretty well. Getting a lot of names in there. Doing the best I can. It's tough sometimes, but
is the South Bend shovel squirter a new one?
Oh, yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay.
Yeah, sometimes it takes like a couple minutes to settle in. You know, it's like you gotta like mix it up.
Sure.
So if you don't have your name read immediately, just know it's probably coming.
It's like the Cardinals. You just need a reset, and then it'll load.
Yeah, hopefully quicker than it takes the Cardinals, but you never know.
Doug Bryan is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines to get you to number 6. Brian, good morning. You're on 101 ESPN.
Hey, Tim. Thanks for having me. Doug, Martin, appreciate all you do outside of your constant Mizzou chatter. We got to get some more KU talk on this.
There.
Mother of
Why would you want us to do that?
I don't know. Don't you guys like champions or just people that have a chance?
Jackson, how do you respond to that comment? There it is. Jackson's communicating through drops.
Did you go to KU?
I went to KU, yep. You know what they say. It's easy to get in, but hard to stay.
Yeah. Why? I'm always curious. One of my best friends went to Kansas. Why?
Paul Rudd.
Paul Rudd. I have met Paul Rudd. Why KU, sir?
Well, that's a great question. I did grow up a big Mizzou fan. I felt like I didn't want to follow my whole high school to Mizzou. Just wanted to venture out a little bit, meet some new people, and it was either Indiana, Mizzou, or KU. Like my whole family went to Indiana, and KU was close enough to home where it wasn't too close where my parents can just show up unexpectedly. But that's kind of the reason I got drawn to the Allen Fieldhouse when I went to visit as a senior, which I think many people would. And, then the rest is history.
Are you an MCC high school guy?
Is that what does that stand for? Missouri Catholic?
If you have to.
So then the answer there will be SLU, CBC, DeSmet, Shaman, Aviani.
All right.
Well, that's you know what? I guess I'm going to be. I'm a Parkway Central guy, but my daughter goes to Ascension School now in Chesterfield, so I'm kind of getting the lay of the land, I guess, of the private school landscape as opposed to public school, and I'm learning a lot from you guys, to tell you the truth.
So you were a Colt, and that's when and then the Kirby's had a coach and a kid playing there, probably around your era, maybe.
Max Scherzer.
Yeah. You know what? Let's see. Maybe it was in 2003. Rick Kirby was the coach.
Austin
Kirby was his son. And one of my good buddies, Matt Feldhouse, we actually, I remember maybe in 2003, we made it to the Final Four in basketball, and we beat the nerd-led team of Tyler Hansborough's Poplar Bluff.
The nerd-led team, Doug.
Nerd-led team, yep. He's a nerd, but that's a compliment because he's unique. But yeah, so blast from the past. That was over 20+ years ago.
Yeah. And then you went to college, and you said you didn't want your parents showing up unexpectedly. What were you up to, you rascal?
Well, Doug, do you agree? Would you want your parents to be that close?
Well, they were pretty close when I was at Mizzou, and my father did show up unexpectedly once.
Did he really? Did he really?
Yeah, they were on their way driving through, and it's a long story, but yeah, it didn't go well. It did not go well.
Were you in the midst of the less popular?
No. It was just in the morning, and all of a sudden there's somebody banging on the door, and we had it locked. And I'm yelling, "Get the hell out of here!" Using all kinds of, "Leave us alone, go away." It's my father there saying, "Look, I got a pair of shoes for you. I found we're on our way to Wichita. I thought you'd want the shoes." And I'm yelling at him. This whole thing was surreal. It's like 7 a.m. on a Sunday morning, hungover. He's banging on the door. I'm telling him to blow out of here, and he's got a pair of shoes for me. So perhaps you were right to go a little farther away.
Wise call, Brian. I understand you have questions for Martin per Chairman Kurt?
Yes, I do. And Doug, you answered your own question right there. But Martin, actually 2 questions. One, or actually this could be for Doug too. Is Steve Savard as jacked in real life as he was on TV?
So it's for me, but now it's for, I think Doug would be a better.
Oh, absolutely. He's huge. Yeah, he was a football player. He looks like a bodybuilder. He's huge.
Well, so Frank Cusimano, I heard you guys, or I'm assuming it was Frank Cusimano. I don't know his backstory when it comes to youth sports. His son is a heck of a golfer, which I'm sure Tim is all about. I play golf out at Meadowbrook, but I guess he's known around town where you got to keep an eye out for him because he's been known to move his and his son's a heck of a player. His play can speak for itself, but he's been known he has to stay. He's not allowed on certain courses to watch his son play, and if he does, he has to stay in the fairway so everyone could see him.
He has to stand in the fairway.
Frank, do you like chocolate bunnies?
I mean, if he's standing in the fairway, isn't he going to get struck?
Well, I guess when following. So essentially he can't go off by himself in case his son sprays it to the right or to the left because he's been known to either drop a ball or kick it back in bounds.
Oh, no.
We're going to have another.
That's a serious charge.
Litigation.
Brown and Crouppen is at 222.
That's right. brownandcrouppen.com. Exactly. I think they handle slander litigation as well.
We may need to call them.
Martin, I'm sorry, that wasn't really a question. I just want to let you know that I grew up a diehard St. Louis Rams fan, and I felt like it was mostly because of you and your coverage, and obviously Doug and Tim late night on Channel 4. But it wasn't really a question, more statement. I love that you've joined the squad, and maybe we could get an NFL team back here in the next 10 or 20 years.
And Brian, I got a story for you. Sunday night, Super Bowl is on the 2 Fox. And after the game, what we asked is that the network then insert a show for an hour and a half before we can do our show.
You guys like that?
Yeah. So the Super Bowl ends with maybe 600,000 people in this market watching, and then they'll run some other show before we come on. But if you can just hang in there, I did a piece with Mike Jones, who famously made the tackle, but I wanted to do kind of his backstory because he was a Mizzou running back, and he said he was going to go to KU.
Oh, wow.
And went there, and he and his brother got stuck in the snow. They ran out of gas. They just had a terrible visit to Rock Chalk, switched his mind, went to Mizzou, was a great running back, didn't get drafted. Al Davis said, you ought to be a linebacker. Ended up playing 12 years. So that story, kind of KU related. Brian, thanks for the call. You're number 6.
Caller number
Thanks,
6.
Brian.
How about that?
Great weekend in Rock Chalk.
We have a lovely weekend as well.
The Texers are not approving of the KU call.
Yeah,
shocking.
There's a strong anti. What do you think about Torrey Holt not getting in? Sterling Sharp gets into the Pro Football Hall of Fame last night. That announced at the.
I was not a fan of that. And here's the deal. Sterling Sharp had a great career, but it was cut short by injury.
Yeah, neck injury?
Neck injury. In fact, Ron Wolf, the GM at the time, said, I just can't put him back out there. He said, I'm not going to see him get crippled in a Packer uniform on the field. It was a serious deal. He was a great player, and he got in on the senior ballot. You know, like in baseball, they have that veterans committee. So it was not the main ballot. But Torrey Holt, his 6th year as a finalist, does not get in. They only voted in 3 modern-day players, Antonio Gates, Jared Allen, Eric Allen. But what I tweeted was, what a joke, because Torrey finished with 920 career receptions. Sterling had 595, 8,000 yards for Sharp, 13,000 plus for Torrey. And all these people, not all these people, but a lot of people said, well, Sharp, if he'd stayed healthy, if he wouldn't have gotten hurt. And I said, but numbers matter. If a guy finishes with 400 career home runs and the other guy has 600, should I just say, well, if he'd only been healthy longer, he probably would have had 600? That's not the argument.
Part of the deal.
So another guy said, well, if you'd only seen Sharp play. And I said, well, I probably was at about 25 games at Lambeau Field when I worked in Wisconsin. And then another guy said, well, if you compare Sharp's 7 years to anyone else's first 7. So I did, and Torrey Holt had 1,700 more yards than Sterling. It didn't compare.
Why, I'm surprised you're getting all this pushback from a St. Louis audience.
Well, I don't know if they're Packer people that chimed in, and I love Sterling Sharp, and it's a different vote, the senior thing, but I don't understand how in that Hall of Fame, if you're going to say, look at this career with these numbers, and then the guy who gets in, albeit in a different category of senior voting. And the defense is, well, if he'd only been healthy. Well, I'm sorry. Isn't part of it just you got to be on the field? So I was disappointed for Torrey. But because of all the back and forth, I found myself last night getting frustrated. And I went full Hoffman. Brian Hoffman, famously, he quit Twitter. I haven't been on since like midnight last night because I couldn't take it anymore.
Really? Well, you don't have to answer these people.
I know. I usually
Doug
don't.
Says to block him?
Block him!
No, I'm not going to block him. I usually don't answer. But anyway, Torrey Holt did not get in. Frustrating for him. I think he will at some point.
It's hard to explain it. He doesn't have a very high profile nationally, I guess. You know, he's not on commercials. He's not an analyst on the network anywhere. So maybe people have forgotten just how good he was.
I think that's exactly right.
I mean, he's
going to get in though, right?
I think he'll get in. That's the way it works. And he had 6 years of 1,300 plus receiving yards, 6 straight. He just has great numbers, and his career was cut short. He was done after like 10 years. He started to get injured, so had he played 15 years, he might have some Steve Smith numbers or Reggie Wayne. Those guys didn't get in either. So anyway, it had me all worked up, and I said, I'm getting off Twitter.
I'd be shocked if he isn't in within the next couple of years.
Yeah, I think he will. But Reggie Wayne's hanging out there. Steve Smith's hanging out. Yeah. So no receivers other than Sterling on the senior vote. No quarterbacks got in. Usually they put in, it almost feels like each year there's too many. It's almost crowded. You go up there to
this
cover
year only
it.
4. It's the smallest Hall of Fame class since 2005, and Eli Manning was the one that people were paying a close attention to. He was on the ballot for the first time, did not get in.
Neither did Adam Vinatieri, who I would think would be considered maybe the greatest kicker of all time.
I think he's the leader in points.
Mm-hmm.
NFL point leader.
Who is up there stating the case for Torrey Holt? We don't have any media in St. Louis that covers football anymore, so who does it? That's from Ironhead.
Yeah, and I don't know the process because Howard Balzer used to present the Rams players in recent years. I think Bernie Miklasz did it for a while. And that was the whole Jack Buck thing, is he campaigned for Dan Deerdorf, who was on a team that wasn't very good, the football Cardinals, but made the case for Dan. So, yeah, I don't know the insider talk there. And I feel bad because Sterling Sharp had a great career. But when he goes in on a ballot the same year at least, when Torrey doesn't, it was frustrating to me.
Well, if you
got you off Twitter.
Yeah.
If you have a vote for the Hall of Fame, you ought to know without some writer telling you just how great Torrey Holt was. You shouldn't have to be reminded every year.
I think if they won a second Super Bowl, it would change everything because you got a lot of guys from one team, St. Louis Rams, who only won a single Super Bowl. And after a while, like, should they all be in?
Well, that's one guy that should be. He should be in.
I'd be really surprised if he isn't. But maybe it's trending that way. And Doug, like you said, it's kind of an out of sight, out of mind thing because while he was a Ram and they're still around, they're not around here. Hey, you can go back and podcast this program anytime you want. It's the Schaefer Door Company podcast. That's Jason Gosrow and Schaefer Door Company. Had a listener that I connected with Jason Gosrow the other day. I'm always happy to do that if you want to email me, McKernan at InsideSTL.com. But you can just do this. Go to SchaeferDoor.com. That's SCHAEFER door.com. Or you can call or text a number that Jason set up specifically for TMA listeners. And that number is 636-782-3608. That's going to give the quickest response time. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs, and they have Monday morning standby service for those doors that break over the weekend. And they service commercial doors as well. So if you run a business or a warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer's experienced in these types of jobs. It's Schaefer Door Company. Online at SchaeferDoor.com. Schaefer Door, a CHI overhead door dealer. Martin, you're going to get your phone calls. You're getting them left and right here. Kurt is on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. He's on line 2 per Chairman Kurt. Welcome to 101 ESPN, Kurt.
Kurt? Curtis!
Martin, do we count this?
Kurt!
Chairman Kurt says you do not count Kurt.
He's out.
Kurt.
Did he hang up?
I dropped him.
Joe from Oakville is on the Collier and Thompson
drop
phone
him? Did he
lines.
drop some swear words? Or
No,
something?
he wasn't there.
Oh, okay.
Hello, Joe.
Joe is now.
Hello, how you doing?
Oh, we're good. You?
Martin, is this
Good,
7?
I'm pretty good. Hey, I used to coach, 66 through 81. I did a lot of high school and college officiating, too.
Good.
But I called about a week ago on Lou Holtz. We had a kid that played at Oakville, and he was a punter. And Lou, I think 77, was at Arkansas, and he recruited Bruce. And Arkansas had 3 great kickers, so Bruce was like second to them. And after they all left that year, he took over a lot of kicking, I mean. But anyway, when they played Oklahoma, I think in 77, that bowl game, and they were waiting to go out there. I think it was the Orange Bowl, and they were talking about how Lou Holtz just knew the right things to say, and they were waiting, and the Rose Bowl was real late.
Joe, real quick, I don't know if you're taking questions. What prompted, I mean, I want people to call in, but what prompted this topic?
Well, I called in about a week or so ago when you guys were talking about Lou Holtz.
And his leg.
And I couldn't get through because you were busy, which I can understand. But, I listen to you guys all the time. Well, one thing, Jackson at Ladue, just to let him know, I coached 4 years at Oakville, and Webster in 69 through 73. Right. And I'll tell you, Ladue was probably as big a rivalry with Webster as Kirkwood was.
That's true. Was it Ladue or Oakville, or Webster or Oakville? You seem confused.
I was at Webster then, and then in 73, I went out to Oakville for 8 years.
It was Doug, was that in 73?
What happened to this punter at Oklahoma? Did he get
anyway, he was. he punted. He got tryouts with the pros later.
Okay.
But he didn't make it. But when they were in the locker room, they were waiting to go out for the Orange Bowl. And Holtz, they said, well, we're going to be about a half hour, so what do we do? And they said, let's each get up and tell a joke. So they got up, and they were telling jokes. And when they finally went out of the locker room, they were all laughing, and they said Oklahoma looked at them like they were nuts. And they went out there, and if you remember, they beat Oklahoma bad. And
do you remember
Arkansas had lost
50 years ago.
Tim, maybe 7's enough.
Okay, we've been here a long time. We good?
Thank you, Joe. Great to hear from you, buddy.
Thanks, Joe.
Joe. That was Joe.
Not playing.
So Lou Holtz recruited a punter
from Oakville.
I don't even know what to type into the show notes for that call.
Okay. Who's next? Please tell me, because I would like to move on quickly.
You got 3 to choose from.
There's a bunch. What do I have? The YouTube chat is on hold.
They're there. Kurt's there. And then who was the last one?
The tunneling gerbil.
Go with gerbil.
All right. Martin, gerbil is your 8th
When in
caller.
doubt, go with gerbil.
Good morning, tunneling gerbil.
Oh, good morning, guys. How's it going?
Oh, good. Gerbil, how about you?
We're coming off a strong story about the 77 Arkansas kicking.
Remember Lou Holtz went there after the Jets, Doug, or was it before the Jets?
I don't remember.
He was at Minnesota?
Yeah, Doug, what year was that?
I don't know the years. I just don't.
He asked you if you remembered the game.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, yeah, I don't remember the game. I wasn't born yet, so.
Yeah.
But it's all good.
Yeah.
So.
Sure is. You got any stories for us or anything? Anything?
No, just driving around your
Martin, this counts. This is the 8th caller.
This counts.
All right.
I'm trying to get Martin's boat out, you know?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, gerbil. We're at 8. When did you name yourself the tunneling gerbil?
What's that?
It sounds like there's a hamster
Did you name
wheel.
yourself the tunneling gerbil?
I did name myself that. Okay. I don't think anybody else wrote that into my phone. But,
why did you choose that name?
Oh, just you guys were talking about Richard Gere one day, so I just figured, it would be a little funny. I change it every now and then. My last one was Jerry Cornfield.
Yeah, tribute to Gary Cornfield, who mistakenly cut me.
Yeah. Biggest regret of his life.
Yeah, I mean, he's commonly mistaken for Gary Cornfield, but he's actually the St. Lucia University High School football coach.
Gotcha.
Never
heard of St. Lucia. What's that screeching I hear? What does that sound?
I don't know what you're hearing, Doug.
I'm hearing squeaking.
Are you on the wheel right now?
Would you quit asking me out, I am on the wheel right now. I'm actually on 40 coming up to Big Bend.
Roger Brand calls 40 the wheel, I think.
Where are you, listeners? Call in. Where are you?
Tunneling gerbil.
Okay. Who's next? I'm at
Johnny is next. He's the 9th caller.
Let's knock this
He's
out.
line 1, Collier and Thompson phone lines. Yeah, Johnny, you're on 101 ESPN.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Well, hello.
Well, I just wanted to call. Thank you for the opportunity to get on. It's the first time I've ever called, but I've listened to you for a while.
Oh, great.
These stories today, some of these people, I told Jackson, I think, who answered the phone.
Mm-hmm.
That's Chairman Kurt.
To a toaster.
Thanks a lot, Johnny.
I'm sorry, Chairman Kurt.
Yes, Chairman Kurt.
Okay.
But you called.
Pardon me?
I'm sorry, but you called because you had something to offer.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Actually, I wanted to ask Martin, who do you like for the Super Bowl, KC or the Eagles?
Nice.
Frank in Jersey City. What's up, Frank?
You know, it's tough to pick against the Chiefs.
Yeah, that's where I am.
But I'm always on that due time. Jackie and I like it. Somebody's due. Saquon running the ball, low scoring game. I got to pick the Chiefs. I just can't pick against Mahomes. I'm sorry.
Sure, I agree. No, 100%.
Thank you.
Are you a Chiefs fan, Johnny?
I hang up. Pardon me,
sir? Are you a Chiefs fan?
I'm actually a cheesehead from way back, but I've always loved Coach Reed and respected him wherever he was at, assistant coach or head coach.
Yeah.
And I've grown. The Chiefs have grown on me since they're local, obviously, since our Rams are gone. But last thing before I hang up, sir, I just wanted to say the whole thing with Arenado.
Yeah.
I think it ought to be Arredondo.
Oh.
They need to get rid of him and just, take the money. The ownership's got to look silly enough. I mean, at some point, you have to have some self-awareness what the people of St. Louis think about you.
Yeah.
But, onward and upward, I suppose.
Sir.
But I'll thank you guys.
All right, thank you, Johnny.
Doug, there it is.
I'll use it on TV. Doug, are you going to use it on Channel 4?
I don't work there. I haven't for some time now.
Arredondo. I kind of like that. Well, that's 9, man, and it's 9.
We're going to get there.
Time it is.
We are going to get there.
How good do you feel about it?
Really good. I mean, not body of work, but the number game, I'm winning.
Volume, you can't be denied.
And I almost was going to go back and count Kurt, who we didn't go to, but I don't have to.
He's here. You want real quick? We can finish this off right now.
Here's your 10th, Martin. Here you go. Kurt, you're on 101 ESPN. You're the 10th caller.
Bingo! Good job. Junior Bill, 1983.
Oh, is that right?
God, sound older. That'd be the Dan Veerling era.
Doug, was that Dan?
I don't know who Dan Veerling is.
Ted Mimlet's era.
Mimblets?
Yep.
Mimblets, I know
it.
him. Yeah.
Hey, speaking of the Pro Football Hall of Fame, Terrell Davis? He only had like 7 or 8 years, and he's in the Hall of Fame.
No, that's a good comp. He had less years at high production than Sterling Sharp, but Terrell Davis is more famous really because of his father, who did grow up in St. Louis, although we didn't know that, Kurt, until Terrell Davis was at the podium in Canton, and he had this to say, I believe, back in the day because he was at the podium.
You were waiting for
St. Louis. And more than once, he's been shot or stabbed.
Oh, no, Terrell Davis. We get him into Canton, and that's all he has to say? Oh, Kurt, it's great to have you on. Did you get distracted earlier? We thought you were with us, and you weren't.
No, I got disconnected. I don't know what happened.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
No, it happens.
But it's all good. I appreciate it, guys. Have a good day.
Thank you, Kurt.
There's number 10. There you go.
Martin, how good do you feel?
He just laid down a bunt, got on base, and he's done.
A true Francesa Friday.
Wow, this has been I thank you guys for just kind of allowing me to have this day.
Yeah,
And
you got it. You wanted 10. You got it, brother.
I love talking to the people.
You're welcome to call into the program or text in. Many are choosing to do so unsolicited. 314-399-9646. Save that number. And today is the last day. Jackson will update your name in the 101 ESPN text inbox. So, there's a bunch of 314s. A 608 is at the top of the, and it says, guys, this show is poison and the phone lines are the antidote. How about that?
I don't know.
That's the 608. Martin, the 314 wants you to give a speech for your accomplishment today.
Sure. I'd like to thank everybody out there for allowing this to happen, mostly management, John Kiowski, Tommy Matter. I'm sure I'm forgetting some people, but I think it's important that in these times, these difficult times, what Doug calls glorious times, I think it's important that we just connect with one another.
Nice.
And if I could just leave you with one thing, it would be good to one another.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Put our differences behind.
Yeah. And on another day ahead where maybe we have nothing going on, we'll just load them up again.
Oh, wow.
There you go.
Doug, should I not go to the phones anymore? Ladies and gentlemen, Joey Vitale is going to join us. That's coming up on the Stiefel dossier. The program's called The Morning After. And it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. This 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. This is TMA.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Lakers defeat the Warriors last night, 120-112. LeBron James, the age of 40, with 42 points, 17 rebounds, and 8 assists. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. And Martin got his 10 callers, and so he is riding a high here on this Friday. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 9 o'clock hour. He's online at evergreenstl.com, and it's our pleasure to welcome to the program, ladies and gentlemen, friend of the show, Joey Vitale. Morning, Joey.
Hey, Timmy, good morning, buddy. How you doing?
I'm wonderful. It's great to talk it over with you, and I like how you ignore the other guys in the room.
Yes. Yeah, sorry. Just Tim. Tim will ask all. Well, you only ask the good questions anyway. So.
Doggone it.
Jackass.
Doggone it.
Good for you, Joey. This guy gets on board.
Although, I will say, Martin killed it. Is Marty there, or is he on vacation? Marty there?
Yes,
What is this? Who started this narrative with vacation? That's Savard going after Doug.
I thought you're always taking these 3-day weekends, Marty. I'm sorry. Hey, so Bernie Federico, Marty, you remember the story? Bernie, the great Hall of Famer, of course. We're talking about questions. This is about 5 or 6 years ago at a media scrum, and were the questions good or bad? And Bernie takes me aside. He goes, Joey, who asked the best questions? Martin Kilcoyne. I said, is that right?
Wow,
so
Martin.
Every time I see Martin, I remind him of that story that the great Bernie Federico thinks worlds of his questions.
Thanks, buddy. Now there's a lot of extra pressure on this interview.
Not that.
Wow. It's been a big Friday.
Yeah, you're having a this is Martin
Nice
Kilcoyne day here.
Wow.
Yeah, he really is. February 7th, 2025.
Is there a key to Creve Coeur that I get later in the day?
I think you'll be rewarded with it. Joey Vitale with us here on the program. I have a guy, you might actually know him, Joey, but he sent me a text. He said, can you make sure you ask Vitale this? And I said, you know what? I'll absolutely do this. Can you ask Joey what's the mindset around trade deadline time for a non-playoff team like his compared to a playoff team? In each situation, do the guys generally have a sense of who might be leaving? So in your experience, what that can be like and the mindset of a team, because unfortunately, it looks like the Blues are trending toward the former rather than the latter here as of late.
Yeah, it's a good question. It is a complete mind jam, no matter what. If you're a team like the Sharks that are towards the bottom, if you're a team that's still kind of flirting with playoff success, ideally and hopefully in the Blues, if you're a team like the Florida Panthers that we saw last night, I don't care who you are, there are always moves to be made. I've been on some Penguins teams. One year we just fell short of the President's Trophy, but we were the best team all year long. And the trade deadline, Ray Shero, he goes out and gets Jerome McGinley, he gets Douglas Murray, he gets Brendan Morrow, he gets UC Jokinen. He added like 5 players to a first-place team already. And, we ended up losing in the conference final that year, and we got swept by the Bruins. But, here's a team that was at the top, and the general manager wanted to make a push. You look at teams like the Carolina Hurricanes that have been there for the last few years. They go out and they get Mikko Rantanen, and they lose, of course, Drury. And then the other kid there, I can't forget losing his name right now. Natchez, they lose Natchez as well. So, Natchez and those players in Drury, they're probably sitting around Carolina thinking, okay, we're going to fight playoffs around the corner, going to enjoy some Carolina barbecue, whatever. And then all of a sudden, boom, you're gone. And on the flip side, like I've been a part of the Coyotes teams to answer the listener's question there. And of course that was a year where it was the Connor McDavid sweepstakes heading into the 2015 draft, where McDavid was going 1, Jack Eichel was going 2, and there was us, Buffalo, and of course the Edmonton Oilers that were the 3 teams at the very bottom, and they sold the farm. They got rid of Keith Yandel, they got kid Antoine Vermette. Zabinajad, all these guys were gone. So, that's obviously very tough too. Now I didn't get traded that year, and when I say a mind jam, you think you're going to get traded, but then you don't get traded to a team that wants to lose, and you're thinking like, okay, they kept me here to lose. That's even a bigger mind jam. So at the end of the day, it's very difficult. It's hard to manage. It's a lot harder today than it was, when I was playing because of social media, and it seems like everyone's ahead of all these trades, of course, and the rumors swirling around. But it is a very difficult time for these players, no doubt about it. But also at the same time, a business, they make a lot of money, and they understand that when they sign up for it.
What would you make of this team that's played better? They're close. They're right there with the Oilers, but can't close it out. They play well against Florida and then lose in the final 11 seconds. How do you kind of put your head around the fact that they're sixth in their division? They're out of the playoff picture, but at times they're right there with some of the better teams.
Yeah, it's kind of the Jekyll and Hyde of this season with this team where, when I step into the booth, and sometimes I'll joke with Chris Kerber about, I don't know what we're going to see tonight. Some nights it looks really, really great. Some nights it falls short a little bit. And for the most part, most games are kind of in between where you have a good 20, bad 20, good 30, bad 30. So it's the inconsistencies of the game. And I know it's such a word that is thrown around forever in every sport, consistency. We need more consistency. We got to find consistency. But the reality is that's what it takes to be the best. I mean, in the post-game interview last night, Matthew Tkachuk is talking to Andy Strickland after, of course, his 2-goal affair, of course, the game winner with 11 seconds to go. And he's talking about the Florida Panthers, and Andy asked him about, hey, win a Stanley Cup, team seems to be doing well, what's the vibes around the team? And I really appreciate what Matthew said. He said that, we're not there yet. We're just not there yet. We're not where we need to be if we want to make another run. We're getting closer. We're having these games where we have a full game one night and then maybe 75% of a good game the next night. But the best teams in this league, they find ways to bring a consistent full game, wave after wave, for weeks on end. That's what it takes. Now, it takes a full team to do that. And this goes back to Jim Montgomery's comments of the Florida Panthers before the game. They're a relentless group. They come at you in what? In waves. We've all been to the ocean. You're on the shore. You look at these waves just crash. It's just whoosh, whoosh. It's just the first line with Barkov. It's the next line with Bennett. It's the final. It never ends. And that's how the Blues felt under pressure all night, because they have a full group that is willing to just keep pushing through the mix. And, Martin, the other thing I'll add to about what do you make of this team, they're still looking for that teamness chemistry. The teamness chemistry is important. The Florida Panthers weren't the most talented team last year. Even the Vegas Golden Knights the year before, they weren't the most talented. We all remember the St. Louis Blues in 2019. They were not the most talented group out there, but they were the best team. And I think it takes time to find that chemistry, and they do believe they have the right core here to do it. And it's just about bringing in some supplemental pieces, I think. Was it a Dvorsky at the end of the year? Is it a Jimmy Snuggerud who's, looking like he's getting closer and closer to a Hobie Baker finalist? It could be some of those players as well. So teamness and for sure that consistent effort like Matthew Tkachuk's talking about with the Florida Panthers is something this team slowly but surely still has to find.
And you talk about being relentless. It feels like you're kind of a relentless broadcaster.
Wow, look at this guy.
You do the games on the radio, then you're on the video board between periods, back to the game, then you do a long post-game show. How much do you talk in one night at a Blues game?
You know what, Doug? I'm going to give you Chris Zimmerman's number. He's my boss. Why don't you just tell him exactly what you just said? It sounds like I'm doing like five guys' jobs.
It does.
They only pay me for one. No, I get paid well. I'm only kidding. But, I enjoy what I do. I love what I do. I love people. My favorite part of being a hockey player was the locker room. My other favorite part was sewer ball. My third favorite part was going out to dinners the night before games. The games were the aftermath. I mean, that was like fourth or fifth on the depth chart as far as what I enjoyed about the sport of hockey. So, this role with people and entertaining and of course just bringing some life and spirit to the broadcast is really what it's all about. But I lean on Chris Kerber extremely heavily. As you guys know, he's just the best. He's the best of the business, man. The way he calls the game, the way he brings you in, his inflection, the way he inquires about questions, the what he throws at me. We get into conversations. He's fun. So, having a good partner, like anything in life, guys, what do they say about a good man? A good man, you're only as good as the woman you have or something like that. I can't remember.
So Kerber's your woman. Yeah.
Kerber's my ball.
He's your bitch.
Doug.
How am I going to explain that to my kids?
You can't.
You can't say that's
No.
my partner you're talking
I
about.
was kidding.
Goodness,
Yeah.
Joey's going to come in here and rough you
Man,
up.
I know, man. That was bad, boy.
When's the last time you punched somebody, Vitale?
Oh, the last time I punched somebody. Gosh.
Probably one of your kids.
No, I would never land on them. I would say it must have been my last fight. Thanks for bringing it up. It ended my career there. I thought you were supposed to be good at questions, Mark.
That's right.
man, that
You did
one's
it.
awkward.
That fight did end
Awkward.
awkward. That off. That's a good point.
Wow, sorry. I regret even bringing
What's
it
that
up.
one back now?
What are you going to do for the 2-week? Why don't you come by someday, buddy? Just hang out.
Yeah, what are you? We're going to be in Jupiter next week. What do you got going on?
I'm actually going to be the opposite. I'm going the opposite direction. I'm going to Quebec, Canada. My son is a part of the Pee Wee 2012 AAA Blues team that's heading up to Quebec. It's the Pee Wee Quebec tournament, basically the Super Bowl for Pee Wee hockey players. Like I said, 12 years old. I went when I was a kid. I think it was in 1998. Paul Stastny was on our team. Peter Stastny was our coach. And if you guys remember Peter Stastny, he's like a god up there. So we had him as a coach, and every game was sold out. At the time, it was the Colisée. They built a new arena up there in Quebec now. Still looking for the NHL team, but they got the barn to do it. But the kids are going to play in front of like a sold-out arena.
Really?
It's awesome.
So, when you talk about a sold-out arena for a Pee Wee team, how many people are you talking?
Oh, I'm talking like this arena holds like between, I think, 15 or 16,000 people.
Holy crap! For 12-year-old hockey.
The whole town like kind of shuts down for this tournament, and it happens every year in February, and it's been a wonderful tradition that the Blues, of course, with John Winsick and Bruce Affleck and the Blues alumni support it, and they get a Blues team up there. It takes a lot of funds to get the boys up there. They stay with billet families, so they stay with like families in Quebec with like moms and dads and brothers, and there's like outdoor rinks all over the neighborhoods, and it's just a really wonderful week. They're going to miss a lot of school. I think they're missing like 12 days total, so it'll be a long time, but that tournament ends up falling right over the Four Nations break. So for me, I will be coaching in the frigid cold while you guys are catching some sun watching Cardinals down in Jupiter.
Wow. Huh. I like how you pointed out, Doug. He's going to Quebec, Canada. It's not it's not Quebec, Manitoba, Minnesota. It's Quebec.
Is it hard to get them out of school for that long? 12 days? What do their teachers say about that?
Yeah,
okay with it?
They don't really say anything. I haven't really brought it up. It's one of those things where we kind of ask for forgiveness. We didn't even tell him he's leaving yet. So
right, probably the better way to go.
But I'm sure one of the teachers are probably listening while the kids are taking the test right now. So I probably just ratted myself out.
Oh well,
happens to the best of them.
Your son must be quite a player.
He's a great kid. He's way better than I was at this age. Way better. He switched to defense, but he's a great learner. And like I said, he's having a ton of fun with it. And that's what I hope that he continues to pursue it for. Just the fun. It gets so crazy nowadays, and obviously it can get very intense with any sport across the board. You see it in baseball, you see it in hockey, but just to try to get your kids in an environment where they have good coaches, and then they have a good squad. If the environment's good, they're going to enjoy it, and he certainly has really enjoyed it. But it's our bonding time. We go out to rinks, we go to practice and the games together. At times I feel horrible because I kind of leave some of my other kids off to go while I constantly coaching him, but that is what it is. And of course, this is probably one of my final years coaching, maybe 1 or 2 more years, but then you got to kind of release them at some point. But it's the memories going there and coming home, and we have a Dunkin' Donuts rule where hopefully Dunkin' Donuts is one of your guys' sponsors. I just gave him a shout out.
Yola, Joey Vitale, Yola.
Sorry. We have a Dunkin' Donut rule. Any practice before 9 a.m. on the weekend is an automatic Dunkin' D's cruller and a hot cocoa and a large coffee for Dad. Stop. So if you guys don't have Dunkin' Donuts as a sponsor, you should now.
Yeah.
That should help.
Notch.
It's a nice sales pitch.
Danny Cannell, who likes to pontificate on Twitter or whatever, he tweeted the other day and said, no kids games ever should start before 8 a.m. What about in the hockey world?
That's hockey all day, especially at the mini-mites.
Yeah, I disagree. I think that's the time. I mean, especially because you leave the rink and people are still kind of waking up. You're like, yeah, let's go. We got the whole day ahead of us. So, I don't know. I'm a big fan of it. I still believe nothing should happen on Sundays. It's the Lord's Day. Give me a day off. Let me watch some football. But the Sundays have been kind of creeped in to the hockey world. But one non-negotiable are holidays. No Thanksgiving weekends away. No Christmas, obviously. But even the smaller ones like Halloween, these boys need to be home. They need to be enjoying their childhood.
I gotta make an observation going back when Doug asked, I believe, about how good of a player your son is. Your answer to me, and I'm saying this, I'm being serious here for a rare moment, was so healthy, but it also kind of speaks to two observations. Number one, you got to the league and you know how much it takes to get there and how few people do. But then also I kind of felt like it was I recognize a lot of parents are hopeful that their kids are going to get to that level, and you know how unlikely it is just mathematically. And your approach with your son, even though you're talking about him being a good player, is about the quality of time that you have with him and that he's having fun with it, as opposed to, he's doing this, but he needs to do this, which can run into any youth sport, I think, perhaps here in the last couple decades with the growth of youth hockey in St. Louis. I would imagine that's gone up. So it sounds like you have a conscious effort to maintain perspective when talking about not just your kid, but just in general youth hockey, youth sports as a whole. Is that a fair assessment of your answer there, Joey?
It's a very well thought out. Yeah, you said it better than me, Tim, of course, and this is why this is your show. Ding, ding, ding.
Martin's head just fell to the council.
I will say it was learned. This is not natural. It was hard at the beginning, especially when your kid's playing your sport. I think a lot of former athletes, that when their kids play their sport, they tell you the same thing, because you see all the holes, right? You see every single hole where a normal bystander would see a kid just skating. You're like, why is he doing that with his arm? And then you want to just say everything. And listen, I've had my bad moments, but I've learned, and I've learned that, you know what, if they don't enjoy the time, they're not going to enjoy the sport. You have to make it enjoyable, and that's what my dad did that. He didn't know. My dad poured concrete for a living, and that's what I did every summer. I poured concrete from basically April to August. I had a heat rash on my ass.
Clip that off. Joey Vitale's heat rash.
I had what's that chap? I had a chap all over my butt because I was out in the July heat pouring concrete all day long. I mean, that's just the way it was. There was no hockey in the summer. That's what parents ask you, like, hey, what did you do in the summer? How many shots did you take? Were you getting these skills coaches? Like, man, I was on the screed. I had a shovel or come along in my hand for 4 straight months. That's all I did. My dad didn't know any better. But it allowed me to be excited about hockey again then come the fall. And, of course, come the winter. So, with that being said, yeah, it is just that. And not to mention, for all the parents out there, if you feel like your kid's falling behind, remember, at the end of the day, we're all just little popcorn kernels. Yeah, you guys ever make homemade popcorn like in a pot?
Yeah,
sure.
Doug, you remember that? Jif?
Yeah.
Jiffy Pop.
Jiffy Pop, yeah, there you go. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that big jar, the kernels, you dump in the pot with oil and you kind of shake it around. And the reality is, why do some kernels pop right away? Why do some kernels pop in the middle? I mean, you think the popcorn is done, you take it off the stove and it's still popping, right?
Right, there's a few still, yeah.
Yeah, there's early poppers, Doug. There's mid poppers,
right?
And then there's late poppers.
Hard to explain it.
Yeah, exactly. So you don't know when a kid's going to pop. I mean, I didn't even want to pursue hockey fully until I was like a junior in high school when I heard I was at CBC, go CB, fire up CB, and Ray Barr made an announcement on the PA system mid junior year that Andy Meyer, who was 2 grades above me, just signed a full ride to, I think it was Brown College. And I'm like,
was it Brown,
Andy Meyer? I'm like, Andy Meyer? I'm better than Andy Meyer. And I remember
Andy Meyer taking travel.
Andy Meyer driving around today getting blown up.
Sorry, Andy. But I thought I was better than him. And I'm like, this guy's got a full ride to college? And you realize, man, I'm not that far off. And then I just went all in on it. But that wasn't until I was a junior in high school. So, you just never know when guys are going to pop. So I guess my message is Tim, to your point, be patient with the lads and, enjoy the time, the way you take your son out to hit balls,
Right.
You're probably criticizing every single portion of his swing. You're just like, let's go hit a bucket, let's get a pop, let's get a popsicle, let's call her a day. That's what it's about.
That's the thing.
Tim's kids already pounded Busch Light. Who are we kidding?
My son playing mini might, and you don't really see it, but I hear tell from, we have some mutual friends, Joey, and you hear these things about and anytime we talk about this topic on the show, going back to whether it be TMA or Balloon Party, it activates listeners because they see, whether it be, take your pick of hockey parents or basketball parents, soccer parents, golf parents, baseball, whatever it is, and you can see it going on, and it just can kind of, all it takes is one to ruin the whole vibe of a game. And so I just thought that your answer on that, when Doug asked a question, because obviously your son has to be good, he wouldn't be playing in that thing if he isn't, but your answer was just like a clearly, and again, it's coming from a guy who played in the league, I guess for lack of a better term, healthy, and it frames it probably the best way. I hope he's having fun, and it's my time to spend with him, and I know in a few years he's going to be off to, high school, college, and juniors, who knows, whatever it is. And I don't know. I think that's a healthy approach to it. What the hell do I know? I got a 7-year-old and a 3-year-old. I'm not even in the game yet.
No, you're right. I mean, you're bang on. And, when you see parents and everyone's getting worked up, listen, as humans, we're problem solvers, right? We've been problem solvers since the beginning of time. But 3,000 years ago, we were looking for berries, and then that was our problem. That was our problem to solve of the day. We can't find berries. How am I going to eat? Oh, there's some grain. Let's make some porridge. And
porridge.
What's happening?
That's the greatest 30-second answer in the history of this show.
Well, and then so what's happened now, guys, is we don't have those problems anymore. You want berries, you go to Fresh Time. Shout out Fresh Time!
Yola, this guy, what is he doing? Yola.
You go to the grocery store. So we have everything we need. You want a buffalo? Go to the store and get buffalo meat.
Get some buffalo.
You know what I mean? So the problem is we're still problem solvers. We just have less problems to solve. So what do? We try to solve our kids' sports problems. We're like, stop doing that. Are you kidding me, ref? Because, again, we're trying to solve something when everything else has just been handed to us in this, obviously, era of being a human in existence. So really don't be mad at those parents. Just be mad at how the world has turned out, because blueberries are very easy to find now.
Same with porridge.
And porridge.
Well,
I like that
I think
answer.
most people would say that the best time, maybe not those people who played a professional sport for a few years, but most would say the most enjoyable part of their life was when their kids were young, playing sports and learning everything in front of their eyes. Would you say that's been the case with you and your kids?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, it without a doubt has been. And, whether it be hockey or volleyball, and even my son Bodie, he's an artist, man. Like he can draw, and I love watching him draw. And, he plays basketball, and he looks like a wounded giraffe out there just coming out of the womb full of amniotic fluid, just kind of slimy all over the place. But you know what? He's smiling, and he's running. And you know what? Life is short. Let's enjoy it. Let's get some ice cream or a Busch Light for your kid on the way out of there.
Absolutely.
And let's call it a week.
This is good perspective here. This Joey Vitale, he's talking berries, porridge, and perspective.
I think this is kind of a good bookend to the Jimmy Edmonds call on Monday, which was I just want to take my talents and be a gardener. I just want to be a dad. I think there's been a lot of growth amongst the guests this week.
Yeah, look at us, Doug. We're growing guests.
Yeah,
and
feels
porridge.
good.
Porridge and blueberries.
Joey, always enjoy the conversation. When are you heading to Quebec? I guess after tomorrow night's festivities.
Yeah, we leave Wednesday. So we got a couple days at home, leave Wednesday, and it's gonna be cold up there. So, but we're looking forward to it, and we'll keep you guys posted. You guys keep us posted on your end in Jupiter, will you?
God bless. You better believe it, brother. Always enjoy it. Have a wonderful weekend and safe travels to Quebec. The great Joey Vitale. Thanks, Joey.
Thank you, boys.
There he is. It's Joey Vitale with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. 3,000 years ago, people were looking for berries and porridge. And now berries and porridge are readily accessible.
But you have to make the porridge, right? You can't find porridge.
Jackson, you hate porridge?
I'm not into hot cereal or any types of breakfast mushes.
Breakfast mushes.
Yeah.
Like oatmeal?
Is that an aisle in Schnucks? Breakfast mushes?
Yeah, the hot cereal aisle. Like cream of wheat, Malta-meal or whatever. I don't know all that stuff.
What's a better new handle if somebody wants to take it? Berries and porridge or Joey Vitale's heat rash?
Joey Vitale's heat rash had about 5 people.
Oh, wow. Right away?
Yeah.
So somebody can get berries and porridge, though?
Someone can have berries and porridge.
That's available. Just like goodorbad.com is still
goodorbad.com.
available.
Yeah, it's very suspicious. Ladies and gentlemen, the program's called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN. Brown and Crouppen is the presenting sponsor. Doug, you have any guess what their phone number would be?
222-2222.
I mean, how about that?
222-2222.
Unbelievable. We're online at brownandcrouppen.com. And if you are in need of the services of a personal injury attorney, wouldn't you want to make sure that you're in business with somebody who's local and knows the local law environment and the area? Well, that's Brown and Crouppen. They've been in St. Louis since 1979. You hear Terry Crouppen, Andy Crouppen, and Ed Herman on this program. They come in on Tuesdays for a segment. We've gotten to know them, really like them, really respect them. Their offices that they just built here within the last year down on the hill, phenomenal. Good people. It's Brown and Crouppen online at brownandcrouppen.com, or you can call 314-222-2222 and let them know you are a TMA listener. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Tune in next week. TMA live from Cardinal Spring Training all week long. We'll be at Roger Dean Stadium doing the program from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. here on 101 ESPN, and you'll be able to watch on YouTube as well as we do our first show from spring training since 2020, and we believe it's the 16th year of TMA at Cardinal Spring Training. Don't miss the Morning After live from Cardinal Spring Training all next week on 101 ESPN, brought to you by CarStar, your auto body repair experts. Ladies and gentlemen, you can email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Comes your way at 10:50. Gabe DeArmond at 10:15. Presented to you by James Carlton. This is TMA on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Want to tell you about my friends at Together Credit Union. And right now, if you're in the market for a mortgage, work with our friends at Together Credit Union. I guess I'm teammates with Roman Berkey. You see Berkey, the captain, on those commercials for Together Credit Union, talking about the empowered checking that they've launched, but I also want you to know they are your hometown home loan provider. Get in on the action, whether you're buying your first home, downsizing, sizing up, or need a second mortgage, fixed rate, adjustable rate, conventional, home equity, jumbo loans. They've got it all at Together Credit Union. It's all in-house, all done here in St. Louis. Together Credit Union's experienced lending team will handle all the underwriting, the servicing, everything in between. It's all done locally. So remember, Together Credit Union, your hometown home loan provider. Check out the rates at togethercu.org. Here's to making St. Louis your home. Together Credit Union is federally insured by NCUA.
Hawk and Dre, Doug, think about it. Billikens, George Mason. Tuesday at 7 p.m., George Mason currently in first place in the Atlantic 10 standings. Billikens currently in third place in the Atlantic 10 standings. Tickets starting at just $10 in the 200 level and $20 for 100 level tickets. If you want your tickets, go to slewbillikens.com. They're playing tonight at St. Joseph's. That's at 8 p.m. on ESPNU. So Billikens and George Mason, that's taking place on Tuesday, 7 p.m. And tickets starting at just $10 in the 200 level and just $20 in the 100 level. For tickets, go to slewbillikens.com.
Go to the game, hold up a sign for Coach Schertz that just says, "Where's Doug?" That's the sign I want to see at Chaffetz.
Yeah, let's get that going.
See if Coach will respond.
Well, I don't know that he would.
And if you can't get tickets to St. Gabe's, then you go to the Billiken game.
Yeah, that is true.
Or you watch it at home on TV, and hopefully your home is comfortable, and it would be if you called on Design Air Heating and Cooling.
Unbelievable.
You had them out to your house to make sure that furnace is running well. Your house will be a very comfortable place. Seth Goldcamp and his family have been making St. Louisans comfortable since 1904. They are the fourth generation of Goldcamps running this business. Now the longest running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show, and we certainly appreciate that. One thing they will never do is try to upsell you. They're not going to give you something you don't need. They don't need to run their business like that. They haven't had to for more than 100 years. They train their employees that way, and they take that reputation very, very seriously. Their website, easy to navigate with convenience of online scheduling. You don't have to wait on hold on the phone sometime. For all your heating and cooling needs, choose Design Air Heating and Cooling, and you can find them online at designairservice.com.
There it is. Design Air sponsored the email that day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Martin, you want to hear fun with audio? What do we got going on here, boys?
So this popped up on the X last night. An NBA report, Allie LaForce was at the Mavs-Celtics game, and Anthony Davis was traded, Tim. I don't know if you heard, the Lakers made a deal to get Luka. And AD, who Charles Barkley calls street clothes because he sits out a lot of games, was making his Mavs debut, except he wasn't available. He was out and some kind of injury. But then there was a sideline report kind of recapping where the Mavs are in terms of fan angst and disappointment in the trade, and this was the report.
Coach, and Kidd told us just moments ago he believes Anthony Davis does have the shoulders to carry this load. One big concern, though, is just the safety of the players, the front office. Going back to Dallas, we hope fans make the wise decision and remember that this is a game and that lives are far more important.
Fans make the wise decision because player safety for the front office and the players.
Yeah, what do you think's going on?
Are there threats being made to the Mavs? Was it a little much, Jackson?
The only thing I can think of is some Mavs fans brought a coffin out to the front of the Mavs arena, but that was to say like the death of their chances of making another run, not necessarily that they're going to bury ownership or players or front office people. So who knows? They would know better than we would in terms of threats.
Can I hear it again?
Sure.
That'd be great. Okay, wonderful.
Coach, and Kidd told us just moments ago he believes Anthony Davis does have the shoulders to carry this load. One big concern, though, is just the safety of the players, the front office. Going back to Dallas, we hope fans make the wise decision and remember that this is a game and that lives are far more important.
Lives are far more important.
Very intense.
Yeah. I hope fans make the wise decision and realize they're worried about the safety of the Mavs players and front office. We hope fans make the wise decision and lives are more important.
Why would you be worried about the safety of the players? They didn't do anything.
Right. I think it was, maybe there's a message there like, hey, hopefully everybody keeps this in perspective. It just came off. Everybody was like, what in the actual hell was that?
How about this? I mean, Jackson, you took back to, are you in the text inbox? I mean, you're just taking heat for that clip. Jackson's taking the heat. That was Allie LaForce. Yet another reason the NBA sucks ass. Threats to management. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. Then right after that, the Crystal City Clamhammer. She sounds like one of Libby Jack's comrades. And then from Eric in the Central West End, who you say is attractive, but you're not attracted to him. He says, typical woke media. Bang, bang, bang. Just like that.
Right.
Okay. I don't know how to respond to that.
Not happy with the clip, apparently.
All right. Well, what are you going to do?
I think the players will be safe on the side.
I do.
I think the front office will be
mad
safe.
at the other players?
Yeah, why would you? I just don't understand why you'd blame the players. I'm trying to follow that. But maybe she must be aware of something.
That's the only thing I can think of is that there's not public information about some possible threats or issues that they might be running into.
They're probably afraid there's going to be some protest outside the building or something.
Or in the playing lands or something.
That lake show's on a heater since the trade. Won 4 straight.
Yep. LeBron, 40 years old. How about 42 points? I'm pouring honey on you, GOAT.
No, what was that? What in the world was that?
3999646.
The real ones now. Shannon Sharp. Shay.
When does Lucas start playing again?
March.
Is that right?
Yeah. Defense, when he starts playing that.
Well, no, is he actually?
Never.
Is he actually
on the Lakers to win it all?
Is he injured or is he NBA injured?
I believe he's injured.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, he would if he wanted to play. If he was available to play, he would play.
Okay. Because AD has got an abdominal. I told you, I Googled last night, and I read 5 stories about Anthony Davis not being available, and not one of them mentioned what the injury was.
Yeah, he has an abdomen injury.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we had somebody in the text inbox asking about prop bets, or the odds for the Super Bowl MVP, and that logic dictates it has to either be Hurts or Mahomes. I would agree with that. I would also include Barkley in there. However, this is one of... I'm not going to give away all that we have on the new podcast with me, Rizzuto, and Anthony Stalter that just debuted. You can watch it. God, the set these guys built here at Hubbard Radio. Holy moly, in the digital department. Tip of the cap, for real. I couldn't believe it when I walked in there. It's up on YouTube. You can watch it, and it's also available via audio. One of the plays I like, and I mean I really like it, Doug, combined rushing yards under 285. Combined rushing, I'm talking about for a whole shooting match. So you sit there and you go, I think Barkley's going to go off, even though the last time somebody rushed for as many yards as Barkley's over-under, which I think is 112.5, depending on what book you're looking at. You have to go back. Do you know who we have to go back to? This is a random trivia fun fact. Anybody?
Please. Initials.
MP.
Mike Peters?
First name is kind of right. A form of the name. Michael is his name.
Oh. Michael Patterson.
Nope, that's not a person.
Michael Pinkston.
Nope, kind of getting close. Michael Pittman. Buccaneers, Raiders. That's the last time somebody rushed for as many as 124 yards in a Super Bowl. How about that? Yeah. Talking 2 decades ago.
Yeah, that's a big game now.
Yeah,
100-yard
in a Super Bowl. I mean, now you go Derrick Henry, bust that off. Barkley busts that off. Commonplace, but in a Super Bowl. So
that number is huge.
285, don't you think? Don't you love that play? Now you're laying like minus 150, minus 155 to get it, but
the quarterbacks run a lot.
I was about to say, you factor in maybe if you're thinking, okay, Hurts and Mahomes combined for 60, you think Barkley gets to 100, but then still, the Chiefs just don't have that kind of an offense. Kareem Hunt, Pacheco. I mean, Gainwell will probably get a handful of carries, although he got lit up in that Commanders game. I don't know what his situation would be. I don't know. Just do with it what you want. Hey, maybe on Monday morning you can sit there and say, hey, Tim, remember your play? You were wrong. You're a bad person.
Oh, yeah.
Well, they might just say you're a bad person, and then they'll forget about the bet part. Right. Is the Gatorade color still a bet? That one I don't understand because you can control it. Like you could put tons of money. You could be on the Chiefs. You could be like the backup punter and load up the Gatorade jug with a specific color.
You want the numbers on it?
Sure.
Purple's plus 210. Blues plus 600.
Nonsense.
Yellow / lime green plus 450. Pretty good value there. Red pink plus 700. Orange plus 500. And then clear, a.k.a. water, at plus 1,000.
You just got a Francesa there. Yeah, I kind of like the purple. Kind of like.
Well, if you get 2 colors, if I get yellow and green at plus 450, I kind of like that.
Okay.
Although it's often purple.
But somebody can control that. Somebody can dictate it.
Yeah, it seems like it's just ripe for fraud.
Yeah, if you're the equipment manager, the trainer, you put all kinds of money.
I thought they capped those bets.
Some of them they do. I'm not sure about all of them, and I don't know how it works.
I thought they capped them like at $50 or something, so somebody couldn't go, okay, let me unload,
I like this.
Put together a little group, and we'll do $1 million bet, and we'll get paid off 4-1 and have some fun here.
How many players will have a passing attempt? The over-under is 2.5.
A passing attempt. So you got 2 quarterbacks.
Like how many quarterbacks?
So like Kelsey throws a ball or something.
The player. Yeah.
Barkley throws a ball. Punter throws a ball.
Yeah. Well, all you need is one of those guys to throw something like that. If you like it, you get plus 155 if you like the over.
Jackson, the 618 is on you for lack of NBA knowledge.
Yeah, I misspoke.
Luka is targeting Monday's game.
I misspoke.
According to the 618.
I was thinking about when he returned to Dallas with the Lakers. My apologies. That's in March. Yeah, he's targeting either this weekend or Monday's game.
I have to say, for a non-NBA crowd, there were a lot of people who immediately knew you were wrong about Luka.
Yeah, they like to talk one way, say another.
Oh, no.
Bill. Part of the grooming.
Oh, Bill. Are you in a good headspace?
I did not get much sleep last night.
Oh, I know what that's like. And I have to tell you, I feel badly about that. That's why I watched you walk in this morning. I'm like, this guy's there's something going on here.
Yeah, I just didn't sleep well last night.
You got to get a CPAP mask. It'll put you out.
Or you can combine a couple sleeping pills with NyQuil.
That's right.
Well, yeah. That's another option that's going on right now in Carport Village.
Sometimes sometimes like a Jack and Coke and a donut at about 11:30.
Yeah,
out cold.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the deal is.
I mean, I heard
Jack and Coke and a donut. God.
That's what I heard. This is going to be quite the living space.
Yeah, you guys.
Palm Beach Gardens, here we come.
There it is. And Doug's hosting a Super Bowl party, and everybody's bringing dip on Sunday.
I'm looking forward to that. I think it's going to be fun.
Yeah.
I'm not bringing dip.
All of us walk. We can go to Publix and get some dips.
with an X.
Yeah.
I like toasted ravs.
I don't know if we're going to find those in South Florida.
You know, when I lived in Florida, when I went to college there, like one of the first pizza restaurants, I had toasted ravioli. I got all excited.
Really?
Got all excited. Or it came out, it was just cheese. You're like, oh, this is toasted ravioli. It's like a Midwest thing. I was like, don't try to tell me what toasted ravioli is. This isn't toasted ravioli.
Start fighting them?
I told him, send it back.
When I was in Italy, they didn't have it there either. I thought, man, wouldn't you think this would go crazy in Italy? No. Toasted ravioli?
I don't.
Why not? It's a wonderful little snack.
Because if they know it's American, they probably stick their nose up to it. That's what they do.
I don't know.
Doug, are you going to order from the Brass Ring for your party? Will you be serving food for the Brass Ring?
I'll be happy to pick up wings and bring them over from the Brass Ring.
That'd be great.
Really will.
All right. We'll get dips. We'll have the dips.
Dips.
These wings, I'm telling you, boys.
Squares?
For those of you who are going down to spring training this year, the Brass Ring. I know it sounds like Yola. There's no Yola. They're not advertising in St. Louis. I'm just telling you. Bees. Yeah, they might start. What an ad campaign it would be. Ladies and gentlemen, Martin has to go do some onboarding, right?
Yeah.
Onboarding.
I actually have a dog training today. We got that Invisifence where the dog always, you know how the dog runs around the neighborhood? We're kind of hated.
Yeah.
Got to get that. When we started it, then it snowed and ice for like 3 weeks. Didn't get too far with the training.
Yeah.
So I have onboarding and training.
And dog training. Jackson and I will have QFTA coming up on youtube.com/TMASTL, the Tim McKernan Show podcast.
He's already capped that one. What's your 48 minutes, Jackie? What do you got?
Yeah, it has to be because I got a call at 12:15. Plus, I can tell my boy's not doing real well here today. So I might be quicker now. Tim McKernan inside STL.com. Yeah, when you're a young bachelor.
A couple shorts.
Oh, you got to bring all the technology, though, don't you?
Don't believe it. Not that stuff. But
good.
Your
clubs?
Clubs, got to get those ready to roll. Yeah.
Diaper flotation device.
Diapers, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Jackson's so tapped out. All right, we'll take a break, Martin. We'll see you in Florida.
Pack the diaper, buddy.
Yeah, looking forward to it. You're going to get last choice of room over here.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's TMA 101 ESPN. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the morning after. It's 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt sliding into the dais for the 10 o'clock hour. Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos. Doug, he is sleepy. I feel badly for him because I know what it's like when I'm sleepy.
Yeah, it's all right.
But I don't feel good. And and you were ill, too. You had the scrub throat.
Yeah, I'll be all right. Some nights you don't sleep too well, but you power through it.
There's something on your mind, sweet prince.
No, I don't know what happens. Sometimes you just don't get to bed on time, and then you start thinking about, like, oh, God, it's so late. I'm gonna be so tired tomorrow.
What are you up doing, watching a lake show?
I was just, doing whatever, hanging out. And it just gets away from you a little bit. Then you're in bed, and you're like, oh, it's too late. Then you're thinking about it too much. Then you don't get great sleep. It sucks.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, we'll be all right.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be doing QFTA. That's questions from the audience, the Tim McKernan Show podcast. Me and Jackson at 11:15 on the YouTube channel, T McKernan at InsideSTL.com. Then the show will be at spring training all next week from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. And it's presented to you by CarStar, your auto body repair experts. You'll be able to watch the show from spring training, and you'll also be able to, of course, podcast it anytime you would like. That podcast brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. You can join BK and 101 ESPN tomorrow at the St. Louis Wheel at Union Station, which will be transformed into Caperton America's Shield. Tomorrow from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m., the first 50 fans will receive a complimentary Ferris wheel ride, Fandango movie ticket codes, chance to win prizes, photo ops, and more. All courtesy of the new film, Captain America, Brave New World. That's tomorrow from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. with BK at the St. Louis Wheel at Union Station with Marvel Studios' Captain America, Brave New World, which arrives only in theaters a week from today, February 14th. Get all the details at 101ESPN.com. Gabe DeArmond going to join us, brought to you by James Carlton. Coming up, this is TMA, 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues lose last night to the Florida Panthers. Off tonight, back in action tomorrow as they take on the Blackhawks. Pre-game at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Which I wrote. There is the state which I live in.
Oh, my. Good luck, Buzz Williams. Good luck gigging them tomorrow in Columbia when Tina E starts playing at the Mizzou Arena, Doug.
That really gets the Tigers and their faithful pumped up. And probably Gabe, too.
I would imagine.
He probably walks a little taller when he enters Mizzou Arena
I would
and hears
think
that.
when he hears that. You know, I'm looking at the YouTube chat right now, and I've been interacting with the wonderful people in there, youtube.com/TMASTL. And I see, and this will tie into the Colonel perfectly, because somebody, the Wentzville walking stick says, look what an open stance did for Danny Tartable. And I don't know what...
Danny Tartable played for the Royals.
I think I went to a Royals game against the A's. Was that 92?
I don't
91?
know. I covered him in high school in Miami.
Is that right? He had 3 home runs in that game that I was at. I think.
Oh, did he really?
I think he did 2 or 3.
Okay.
And Doug covered him in high school. And Gabe, you wanted to talk Danny Tartable.
Danny Tartable was my favorite Royal for a period of years.
How about that?
Good player.
He was almost always hurt, and the teams were not good, but I loved that dude.
There you go. And Doug covered him in high school. Doug said this guy's going to be a star.
I think his dad was a major leaguer, too.
My favorite players growing up, Doug covered him. Sounds about right.
Okay, knock it off, guy.
Like 80?
Doug, they're taking...
I think his dad was Jose Tartable, was also a major leaguer. I'm not correct.
Colonel will follow up more on that on a column on PowerMizzou.com.
I believe he was related to Bald Bull from the Mike Tyson.
Oh, Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. What a wonderful game. You had to time it when he would come charging at you and then hit him with a body blow, Doug. That's how you moved on to face, I think it was Great Tiger. We'll talk more about that next week, Gabe. But right now, Buzz Williams in his 3-piece suits coming to Columbia, Missouri. I don't know how you feel coming off the Tennessee game. I actually weirdly felt even better about Missouri following that game, because I'm looking at them going, my goodness, Tennessee, worst 3-point shooting team in the SEC. They start off 10 of 13, finish 10 of 15 from 3. If that's going to happen, you kind of got to tip your cap. Missouri hung with a great team on the road. So these 2 road trips, even though they lost one, I kind of feel even better about their ceiling. How did you come away from it?
Yeah, I felt the same way, and I was surprised. I think most fans did too. Most fans came out of it saying, "Hey, tough place to play. They're a good team." I mean, I think a lot of us were a little bit questioning, "Hey, is Tennessee really a top 5 team? You know, why are they favored by 10 points? All that." And they proved that they can be. And I think the mistake we make, like, we go into these games and just say, "Well, why are you giving up that? Why are you giving up that?" You can't take away everything from a good team, right? So you go into a game against Tennessee, and you're willing to say, hey, if you're shooting 67% from 3-point range, you're probably going to beat us. I mean, you'd much rather have that than let them just destroy you inside and kill you on the offensive glass and all that. And Missouri put up 81 on the best defensive team in the country on their home floor, more than anybody scored. And they got beat because Tennessee had their offensive night of the year. And so, like you said, you say, way to go. You move on. Say, next time, hopefully 2 more of those miss. Hopefully you only shoot 50% from 3. And if you do that, we win.
What do you think Missouri's ceiling is this year?
I think they are one of 20-ish teams who should go into the NCAA tournament saying we are good enough to make a Final Four. Now, obviously, matchups, and you got to play well on the right day and all that. But this team has won at Florida. They went down to the last 15 seconds at Tennessee. They beat Kansas. They hung with Illinois when Illinois, took Illinois to the last 10 seconds when Illinois was playing well. Like, they can beat anybody in the country. And I include Auburn and Duke in that, with the caveat that if Auburn and Duke play well, nobody in the country can beat them. But if Auburn or Duke, if you catch them on the right day, I think Missouri is one of the teams that should say, hey, we'd have a chance. Obviously, you want to be in a bracket that doesn't include one of those 2 teams. And if that's the case, again, you've already beaten teams that are going to be 1 and 2 seeds in the NCAA tournament. So there's no reason you shouldn't think that on the right day you're good enough to get there.
Gabe DeArmond, our guest. He's presented to us by James Carlton at the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, online at carltoninsurance.net. Colonel, we've got some coaching news going on. I'm curious if you think it could impact Dennis Gates and Missouri. One, maybe not really likely. I saw that your post on Power Mizzou had the hot board from 24/7 as Mike Woodson will be shutting it down at the end of the year in Bloomington. And then Dennis Gates' former spot, Tallahassee, Florida State, Leonard Hamilton shutting it down. As you suspected, many of your readers immediately thought, oh, goodness, that means Dennis Gates is going time for an extension. What are you hearing on, if anything, on these two jobs?
0.1% chance at Florida State, maybe 1.0% chance at Indiana. Indiana's going to they got their sights set higher. But here's the thing I learned this week, actually, from Eric Bossy, who has been our national basketball guy for a long time, national basketball recruiting guy. And, look, he knows so many people in basketball and agents and all this. And he posted on our board and told me earlier this week, no one in the history of college basketball has paid a buyout to hire someone that it would have required to hire Dennis Gates. At the end of his contract is fully guaranteed, and the buyout is the full amount of the contract. After this year, there is $17 million remaining on Dennis Gates' contract. It's why Missouri wasn't going to fire him after this year, and it's why nobody else is going to hire him after this year. They're not paying $17 million before they even actually pay him. I mean, that's 4 to 5 years of a basketball coach's salary with revenue sharing coming. I mean, nobody is spending that type of money to hire anybody. I mean, much less to hire Dennis Gates, who is, I think a good coach, but not as proven as maybe a guy that you would say, okay, hey, if we have to talk about $17 million, we will. I don't think that would be the case with Dennis Gates. I have zero concern, really, that I have to worry about a hot board after this year unless, something weird happens and Dennis Gates is on the NBA radar.
Yeah. Weird things do happen when you consider Mizzou went 0 for the SEC last year, and now we're talking, well, maybe it's a Final Four team. That's pretty weird.
Yeah, it's different times, but I would be if Dennis Gates is coaching college basketball next year, I am very confident it's at Missouri.
How about that? There you go. Putting some fears to rest. The Colonel with some semblance of certainty. Colonel, I'm curious, after the Mississippi State win in particular, and Missouri now ascending to where it is in the rankings, do you sense that there's a growing enthusiasm and, for lack of a better term, buy-in from not just Missouri fans, but also students, and what kind of atmosphere you'll see tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't know if every game the rest of the way is sold out, but most of them are. The last few have been full. It's been a good atmosphere. That Ole Miss game got loud in Mizzou Arena, and look, they've proved 2 years ago. Give us a reason, and we'll go. They didn't have a reason last year. They didn't go. Konzo and Kim didn't much give them reasons. They didn't go, but give them a reason, they'll show up. They have, and I think it's definitely a home court advantage for Missouri.
Missouri and Texas A&M tomorrow as the Tigers look to bounce back following the loss at Tennessee. Gabe DeArmond with us here on TMA, brought to you by James Carlton. Colonel, always appreciate the time. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful weekend.
Yeah, you guys going to miss me next week?
No, are you going to miss us? I mean, that's the question. You'll probably be watching all the Cardinal coverage on YouTube. I know you love it.
Yeah, I will. In between either not watching anything or just watching Super Bowl highlights over and over.
Yeah, you might be going in. Do you feel good about your Chiefs on Sunday? I'm picking them for the record.
I mean, I kind of always feel good about them. They won a lot of playoff games. So, yeah, I mean, I would think they'll probably win, and if not, it's really tough for the people of Kansas City. We haven't had much to cheer about lately. So.
Oh, the Colonel. This guy's getting cocky. Is what's going on over here. This is how we were, Doug. Remember 20 years ago is what we were like?
Pretty high on the hog here at that point.
Yep. Wait till the Chiefs move to L.A., Colonel.
Right.
Look, I figure I've got about 10 good years as a sports fan left, and then when Mahomes walks away, I'm just done.
You're shutting her down?
There's nothing left after that, man.
You have had a good run here over the last decade with the Royals and the Chiefs. Can't argue with that. Gabe DeArmond, maybe he will get to see a Final Four, though, this year, Doug.
This could be the year.
This could be it.
Could be it. You never
Thank
know.
you, Colonel. Appreciate it. Have a good weekend, man.
All right, guys. You too.
Thanks. That's Gabe DeArmond on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. He's brought to you by James Carlton. What do you think the line is for tomorrow, Jackson?
Tigers, 7.5.
Oh, wow. I was going to go 4.5, 7.5.
Yeah. I like the
It's
matchup.
the three-piece suit. What if Buzz just wore like some kind of like Run DMC tracksuit? Would you feel better about their chances?
I feel better about A&M's chances.
Yeah.
They got a sweaty, hot coach.
Do you like a three-piece suit?
Yeah, like if I'm going to the award show, I'm coaching SEC basketball.
How many award shows you've been going to?
Not enough. I'm not enough accolades over here.
You deserve more accolades. I agree. Maybe you'll get them on QFTA today. That's coming up at 11:15. YouTube.com/TMASTL. You can send your questions, comments, whatever. Hate mail. T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. Jackson and I will be doing that. And then we head to Jupiter, Florida for TMA's coverage of spring training all next week. Brought to you by CarStar, your auto body repair experts. 100 West Dental is a wonderful sponsor of this program. And I think a lot of people, and understandably so, think of dental health quite separately from the rest of the body's health, and that's just not the way that it is. If you're not getting checked up, poor dental health can impact the rest of your health. Get checked up with Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team at 100 West Dental, 100westdental.com, or call 636-585-0100. If you don't have dental insurance, that's not a problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. Dr. Brandon Pryor is a loyal TMA listener, and I can tell you this firsthand from going into those offices. You walk in there, you are not going to feel like you're in a dentist's office. It's 100westdental.com. And if you're interested in an Invisalign, get this deal. You mentioned my name, you get $1,000 off an Invisalign package. On the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100westdental.com. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up on the Stiefel dossier. That's at 10:50. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan here for Aesthetic Design and Build. This is all about custom outdoor work on your home. That's what they do at aestheticdesignandbuild.com, and you can check them out in Chesterfield Valley. Now, you're sitting there going, all right, I appreciate it. I'm interested, but there's snow in the forecast next week. I understand that. I understand it quite well, but here's the thing. You're going to have, I would say, what do you think, Doug, in March, 8 days of weather, you're going to go, I want to be outside. Don't you think it's fair? 8 out of 31? Okay. And then in April, you're probably going to get about 16 to 18. And then in May, now it starts happening. And now you want to be outside. So you get it taken care of now with Dan and his team at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. So when the time comes that you want to be outside, it's all done for you. Call them at 636-532-5008. That's 636-532-5008. Let them know I sent you their way, or go online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com.
Yep. Doug, you want a long shot play at the Waste Management?
Sure, that's what I was just thinking about.
The long shot play at Waste Management.
Right.
Wyndham Clark, U.S. Open winner 2023.
I don't know.
At LA
years.
Country Club.
I just don't.
He is tied for the lead right now, and he is out on the golf course at 7 under, tied with Taylor Moore. Tom Kim, one stroke back. I'll give it to you fine. Alex Smalley.
Alex Smalley.
You probably have no idea who he is.
I remember Roy Smalley, the Minnesota Twins.
Yeah, was he with the Expos too?
I don't remember him then. He may have been, but he was a star with the Twins.
Alex Smalley. There's my long shot play. Do with it what you want. He's all over my DraftKings teams this week. And he's a ball striker. People don't know about him. A little long shot play, only 1.5% of the field on Alex Smalley. Sure, everybody's on Scotty Scheffler. He was fumbling around yesterday, and then he got it going and got to 1 under par. He is just ridiculous. He holed out from a fairway bunker from like 125 yards yesterday. He was +2 at one point, and now he is 3 under for the tournament as he is out on the course for his second round. He won there in 2022 and 2023, finished 3rd last year. I think if he had a more bombastic personality, he'd be getting more attention. But he's just like a good, down-to-earth guy who just happens to be a trained killer with a golf club in his hand.
Well, if he wins and earns a lot of money, he could have some tax problems if he's not careful. He's got to play it right. And if he's not careful and runs into problems, you know who he should talk to?
Yeah,
Mark Milton.
Yeah, Mark
Yes,
Milton could beat him
lawyer.
somehow as an 18.
Yeah, he hits the ball a long way, this guy. If you're facing maybe unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments, keeping you up at night, maybe you're the focus of an IRS criminal investigation. Boy, you do not want that in any way, shape, or form. The godforsaken tax man gets you in his sights. You got some problems. But then you got Mark Milton to call. STL tax lawyer Mark Milton provides a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Don't be sucked into the out-of-town tax resolution groups you hear about on TV and radio. You need a guy right here in St. Louis who knows everything about Missouri law and can take care of you in a big way. He helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. Started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. So he has got some credentials. That's Mark Milton. You'll be saying, hey, IRS, I'm not guilty. I'm with Milty. He is your IRS penalty killer. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
There it is, Mark Milton, longtime sponsor here on TMA. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you. The Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today is coming up on our Stiefel dossier. This is TMA on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Are any of you fellas on the dais raw dogging your flight to Jupetown? That's from Jackson's Conscience, which is an avatar of Frank Hain.
It would mean just not bring like a book or a movie or headphones. You just sit there and stare straight ahead.
Oh, I can do that.
Like David Puddy in Seinfeld.
You close your eyes and go to sleep.
Does sleep count as raw dogging?
No.
I don't think it does, Doug.
No.
You have to stay
awake.
awake.
You have to just stare.
Just alone with your own thoughts.
Yeah.
It's dangerous.
No, I'll be bringing
Heaven
a book.
forbid we sit there without a screen in our face.
I'll have a book.
Or what are you reading, boy?
Thriller.
Michael Jackson.
Not the nonfiction about the album Thriller, but a thriller novel. It's good stuff. And I'll have headphones on. And I have a bunch of movies saved in my laptop. Yeah,
A bunch of movies.
I'll be doing the opposite of raw dogging.
Be busy as a little beaver.
Yeah, from start to finish.
Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Way over in Charlotte, Doug.
Yeah.
You going to get some Bobcats gear?
No. You don't have a problem with a raw dog, do you?
It's a little odd. I only have a problem with raw dog if they need some sort of entertainment and conversation with me, then I'm out.
Yeah.
Like John Candy and Steve Martin and P's, T's, and A's.
You would never want to talk to another human being.
Didn't you get the idea when I was reading The Vomit Bag?
Oh.
Thanks, everybody.
You're like a chatty Cathy now.
Okay.
Wonderful. Email in. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today comes up. Then you got BK and Ferrario from 11 to 2. Then you got the Fast Lane from 2 to 6. And tomorrow night, here you'll have the Blues and the Blackhawks. Pre-game 5 p.m. puck drop at 6 p.m. next week. TMA 7 a.m. on Monday, live from Jupiter, Florida for the Cardinals spring training broadcast all week long. They're presented to you by CarStar, your auto body repair experts. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues off tonight. Back in action tomorrow as they take on the Blackhawks. Pre-game at 5 p.m. Puck drop at 6 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. That has been the Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. CBLLondoff.com. Chevy. Together we drive. You kidding me?
Welcome back. It is TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett. Final segment in St. Louis, Doug, until?
Well, a week from Monday, I guess.
Which would, of course, be the 17th.
Oh, okay.
The 17th. We will be live in Jupiter, Florida, starting on Monday. All 4 hours of the program from Cardinal Spring Training, brought to you by CarStar, your auto body repair experts. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. Jackson and I will be going live on the YouTube channel, youtube.com/TMASTL, coming up at 11:15 for questions from the audience. You can email yours in. Questions, comments, hate mail, T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. Current standings for the month of February. Self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom is the defending champion, but she does not have a win yet. JV Colvin Coach has 2, Buck Swope has 1, and Doug, I read, and Young. Was that caller this morning trying to say swing from the torso, get yourself a good wide base and do the twist? Beats me. But kick by my YouTube page and I'll do some whisper analysis followed by a softly spoken hitting lesson. Head on the ball, snip, snip. Elbows in, clip, clip. Follow through, squish, squish. Swing for the fences, swoosh, bitches. Thanks and free perk. That's from #1 Asian intern Brian Henshin, a.k.a. ASMR Ting Ting 34. First 20 likes on that vid get a game-used Michael Hellman jersey, which for legal purposes is a well-worn undershirt with Hellman's name written across the back.
Brian Henshin.
Just for clarity, Buck Swope has 2 wins before we get some 3-paragraph text or email.
While I have no doubt that the water from Doug and Jackson's cohabitated hot tub could put Paramount Men's Health Clinic out of business, please be careful, gentlemen. Pink eye is at least an inconvenient medical ailment, and you're going to be playing Dunk the Donkey in water at a temperature to make a perfect conductor from each other's bungs.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
And bits to your eyeballs? Guys, please consider doing a remote from a retirement home. Not the Alzheimer's wing, but maybe the dementia one, since that's where you get a bulk of your callers. Why not cut out the middleman and give some of them a hot dose of journalism? Doug, they do things for pudding there. Love the show, and Tim, especially Tim. Oh, my sweet Tim. That's from the Rogue Onion writing in.
Rogue Onion writing in.
Squeak, squeak, thanks and squeak, and Young. That's from #1 Asian intern Brian Henshin. He's back, Doug. I'll be using that Gondo bit in my next Colts analysis piece. Brian Henshin.
That was it? Brian Henshin, point 2.
Chairman, I apologize in advance for the length. Brevity is not my thing, but I'm really curious to know if beef gasket is an FCC-approved phrase. I guess I'll find out soon enough. Morning, boys. Here we are on the precipice of another Super Bowl weekend, or as Doug so eloquently declared it, just get through it Friday. The local Fats are all decked out in their Schnucks exclusive Chiefs gear, stocking their cupboards full of sweet treats for the big game, all the while frothing at the mouth over the thought of their Chiefs, quote-unquote, pulling off the three-peat. Such a long-suffering fan base. Can you imagine only winning 3 Super Bowls in less than a decade of fandom? Even my kid's school is on board with this indoctrination, making it Wear Red Day today.
Oh, we're being groomed.
I'm proud to say mine walked in wearing green. I guess when Tim's done with my wife, she'll need to get started on some homeschool lesson plans. Meanwhile, we've got a chairman who feels mediocre about landing the HD-1 plane while the rest of you gallivant through South Florida, offering gummy snacks and jerky to no-name underwhelming ball players in a desperate attempt to get them to join you at the table, only to have the wind drown out the interview. When does construction begin on the Hubbard bubble? If I wanted to listen to a hot breeze for 4 hours, I'd just put together a smash cut of Comrade Jackson's NBA takes and hockey buffoonery. So help me, Jackson, if you make our sweet Tim look the fool and Kurt goes down in flames on his maiden voyage, your beef gasket will feel the wrath. The boys get windscreens. Enjoy the Sunshine State, fellas. Leave the pee-pee talk at home. That's from the D-Gen from Jefferson County.
D-Gen from Jefferson County.
Guys, I can tell you right now, there's more ways than one. I can tell this organization's going downhill. Every year for the spring training, I like to showcase a little hashtag pageantry myself by wearing the jersey of the Cardinal I think is going to do the best that year. The trick is that I wear it Donald Duck style and take a mirror selfie. That way you can not only see my pick to click, its name and number, but also my taut little butt cheeks poking out the bottom there.
Oh, gosh.
As pitchers and catchers begin to report, it's tradition for the family and I to go over the album. And I've noticed as we've fallen down the ranks from World Series appearances to missing the playoffs altogether, my ass has gotten flatter and flatter. Coincidence? You should have seen the apple-bottom rump I had coming out of So Taguchi back in the day. More cake than a rich girl's 12th birthday, Doug. The Brandon Donovan photo I just took looks like someone dressed up a frog and made him stand up. What? Anyway, hope that doesn't jinx Donovan. Hashtag birds up. That's from Matt Who Bowls at Hanks.
Oh,
Matt Who Bowls at Hanks.
Matt Who Bowls.
That's a legend out of nowhere. Matt Who Bowls at Hanks?
It's been years since we've heard from him.
Is that the real Matt Who Bowls at Hanks? Is that confirmed?
I think so.
Holy moly.
Yep.
Morning, boys. I wanted to give KG a special shout for including the YouTube chatters' emails yesterday. It's nice to feel seen and heard. KG deserves all the credit for all he does behind the scenes, from the social media, answering the phone calls from the drunken barge Hoosiers, running the board at the last minute, taking one for the team to stay behind to make sure this terrible show is on the air next week, moderator of the emails, and all the many hats he wears for TMA. Now, to say something about the actual TMA employees, I got nothing. Thanks, KG. Love, TMA Walrus, number 1. P.S. Have a great, safe trip next week, and I'm glad you boys get to go back. Sure need Plowsy there for question of the day. That's from TMA Walrus, number 1.
TMA Walrus, number 1.
That's a good email.
It sounds like Chairman Kurt's already voted.
Sounds like you wrote it.
Really?
Forward by Chairman Kurt.
In the movie Super Trooper, there's a famous scene where a cop dares his partner to say the word meow 10 times during a traffic stop.
Jim Gaffigan's the guy in the car.
I get the feeling that one of the caller Chris's friends put him up to a similar challenge this morning. It sure seemed like he was trying to rattle off as many retired ball players as he could before you guys got wise and hung up on him. That fella mentioned 11 former ball players in the span of 3 minutes, seemingly apropos of nothing. Quite literally, none of the names he dropped were relevant to any point he was attempting to make. Here's the thing, though. You guys never caught on. You just let him ramble incoherently, spewing a stream of consciousness, likely because none of you had anything better to say. Your lead story was fruit snacks and beef jerky, for crying out loud. When I lay my head on the pillow tonight, I'll be trying to figure out that reference to Willie McGee sitting on honeycomb. What does it all mean? Good luck in Jupiter, boys. Can't wait to see some topless pictures of Jackson's pale Roderick splashing in the hot tub.
Oh.
That's from the JV Golf Coach.
JV Golf Coach.
And finally, ours is the type of presentation where a caller obviously engaging in performance art feels free to drop in at any time and to start naming former Cardinals while conflating George Kissel with Gene Siskel. And then just keeps rambling as he runs out of steam as his act is wearing thin. His advice to the Cardinals to swing from their chest to their belly buttons was cute, and suggesting moving Arenado to shortstop to pump him up with Mason Wynn sliding over to second base to rest his arm was mildly amusing. But the only truly funny material this guy has had was when he placed you on hold. So we were treated to some lovely EDM music when you went to him. When I think of TMA at spring training, I always think back to the year Doug was left behind in studio.
Yeah, there was a year with that one.
Like he was some part-time producer. One day there were some crosswires, possibly due to the pocket tube dweebs being incompetent, and we didn't hear any spring training coverage and only heard Doug chiming in once in a while between long periods of dead air.
That's good radio.
It all got sorted out, and then we got to hear Doug read email of the day and started reading the emailer's government names.
Yes, I will do that.
Including Brent Shelton. One was emailer savvy enough to email from an account that didn't include his government name, and the show advanced when Doug read, "Plops here, hot men in the Florida sun. Give me some more, you beachy boy pigs." Doug, that comes from Buck Swope, and that's what we have.
Buck Swope.
For the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. What you got?
That was quite a few. You know what? I'm going to change up a little today and vote for the Rogue Onion.
The Rogue Onion.
I thought he was kind of funny.
I thought TMA Walrus brought up a lot of good
For
points.
heaven's sakes.
Jackson.
I like Matthew Bowles and Hanks.
This puts us in a spot because I thought the D-Gen from Jeffco was the best.
No one wins.
And I don't think Mike Ryder was listening.
No.
So, congratulations to the D-Gen from Jeffco because I am controlling
Congratulations.
Your own Speaker of the House.
51%. Yeah. Take a look at the operating agreement. BK and Ferrario are coming up next. We will be in Jupiter, Florida when you hear us next for Jackson Bennett Burkett for Chairman Kerr. Actually, Jackson, I'll be on YouTube in 15 minutes. YouTube.com/email. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kerr, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Selvin, Vaughn, to McKernan. This has been TMA presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.